Chapter 1087. Published at 29th of August, 2022, 11:28 and 43 seconds AM. Chapter 1087. Chapter 1087 Lin Family's Gathering 2. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1087 Lin Family's Gathering 2. Now this shouldn't even need to be said, but I will still say it just in case. These people coming from the upper heavens are not to be trifled with. Many of them come from backgrounds that could easily wipe out our Lin family and get off scot-free. Patriarch Lin said with a serious expression on his face. If you encounter one of these people, you will give them your utmost respect and treat them as if they are your own ancestors. Most of them will have their cultivation suppressed to peak Spirit King, and they will all be wearing a special badge on their clothes that will distinguish them from the others. Patriarch Lin proceeded to show them a golden badge that was shaped into the word heaven, which could also be read as Tion. While I said that these people will come down in a month, in reality, some of them could have already made it down here for all we know. Unbeknownst to the Lin family, Patriarch Lin had received the news about the people from the upper heaven literally right before he showed up to the gathering, so he was just as surprised as everyone there. And in his mind, the young man from the celestial overlords was part of this expedition team. How fucking unlucky for our Lin family to offend someone from the upper heaven right before the news even spread. He sighed inwardly. Now then, let's move on to our second topic, and the main reason why I gathered all of you here today. Patriarch Lin spoke a moment later. The Lin family was baffled after hearing this, and they all wondered what could be even more important than the upper heavens sending people to their small world. A scary expression suddenly appeared on Patriarch Lin's face, and his eyes emanated with killing intent. As some of you have probably heard by now, there is a rumor going around that claims our Lin family had hired the Silent Rippers to mess with the Tion family. What? Such a thing happened? My God! The people there were shocked to hear this. As if such a rumor was true, this could very well be a death sentence for whoever caused this trouble. Meanwhile, within the crowd was Lin Minghai and Steward Jin, and both of them were sweating profusely at this moment. The two of them exchanged worried glances with each other. If Patriarch Lin learns the truth, not even the heavens would know of the aftermath. I really hope that you'd erased all evidence that could indicate us as the culprits. Lin Minghai stared at Steward Jin in the eyes. Steward Jin returned the stare with a confident look in his eyes. Don't worry, young master. There's no way they know that we were responsible. Patriarch Lin's voice resounded again. To tell you the truth, I already know the culprits behind this incident. What? Lin Minghai and Steward Jin snapped their heads to look at Patriarch Lin with looks of disbelief on their faces. Bring him in. Patriarch Lin suddenly shouted. A few moments later, two Peak Spirit King experts approached Patriarch Lin, while pulling on a chain that was restricting a heavily injured individual. This person was so badly beaten that his entire body was covered in bruises. It was clear as day that this individual had been tortured to a great extent, but nobody there said a word about it. Do you know who this man is? Patriarch Lin asked them. The Lin family quickly shook their heads. What if I told you that his name is Zhan Shirchai? Do you recognize him now? Zhan Shirchai? Isn't that the leader of the Silent Rippers' name? I have heard it before. Someone there exclaimed. Indeed, this person is the leader of the Silent Rippers, or should I say was. Patriarch Lin confirmed, sending another wave of shock throughout the Lin family. This chapter is updated by Friedenville, CM. Patriarch Lin looked at the pitiful-looking Zhan Shirchai and smiled. No matter how strong you think you are, you will never be able to beat someone from the upper heavens, as we're akin to ants before their eyes. Patriarch Lin's words implied several things. 1. That Zhan Shirchai was beaten by someone from the upper heavens. 2. That the Silent Rippers are no longer in operation. And lastly, that people from the upper heavens are already in the third heaven. Not everyone noticed these implications, but those that did were greatly shocked. Although it took some effort, I was able to extract a lot of information from Zhan Shirchai, the former leader of the Silent Rippers, including the names of the people who hired them. However, I will give the culprits a chance to step forward and admit their mistakes. If you do so, I will lessen the punishment. Patriarch Lin spoke in a loud and clear voice, but he had just spoken two lies just now. First of all, no matter how much they tortured Zhan Shirchai, they were unable to extract any information from him. Secondly, they did not know the culprits behind this whole fiasco. In other words, Patriarch Lin was bluffing to trick the culprits into revealing themselves. This was a cheap and sly tactic, but it was effective and Patriarch Lin had no time to spare. After all, the quicker he deals with this situation, the more likely that Yuan wouldn't wipe the Lin family from the face of this world. Lin Minghai and Steward Jin looked at each other again, and on their faces showed absolute despair and desperation. Steward Jin, you fucking useless bastard. Lin Minghai cried inwardly, silently cursing his most reliable servant, something he has never done before. What the hell is happening? Even if that Xiang had help from the Tian family, they shouldn't have the capability to defeat the Silent Rippers, much less capture their leader, Zhan Shichai. Steward Jin had a hysterical look on his face from being unable to comprehend the situation, and he felt so weak that he was on the verge of collapsing on the spot. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1088 The Man Responsible. After a moment of silence, Patriarch Lin spoke in a booming voice. 30 seconds. The ones responsible for putting our Lin family in this situation have 30 seconds to get up here and admit to their crimes. If you do so, we will spare you from the death penalty. The death penalty? Lin Minghai cried inwardly. He could have never expected things to get out of control so quickly, nor could he have anticipated such a severe punishment. That bastard came from the upper heavens? No wonder why he dares to act so brazenly. Steward Jin gritted his teeth in fear. However, he wasn't completely hopeless, as he had made some preparations just in case this kind of situation would happen. 10 seconds left. Patriarch Lin's voice rippled in the room, causing the walls to tremble slightly. 5, 4, 3. I did it. It was me. I was the one who hired the Silent Rippers. A clear voice suddenly resounded, and everyone in the room turned to look at the person who just spoke. This person began making his way towards the front of the room. Once he was before Patriarch Lin, the middle-aged man kneeled and kissed the floor with his forehead. This lowly servant is responsible for the mess. Please punish me as you see fit, Patriarch. Patriarch Lin narrowed his eyes at the middle-aged man before him with a pondering face. A moment of silence later he spoke. I don't recognize you. Identify yourself. It wasn't weird for Patriarch Lin to not recognize the face of every servant in the Lin family, due to the sheer number of them. This lowly servant is called Wu Jia. I have been a servant of the Lin family for 15 years now. Why did you hire the Silent Rippers? Because it felt like the right thing to do, especially after their attempt to smear the Lin family's name and reputation by associating us with the bandits. Wu Jia explained in a calm voice. Your foolish actions have done far more damage than any rumors could. Patriarch Lin shook his head. Patriarch Lin actually could tell by the way Wu Jia acted that he wasn't the true culprit, but he couldn't care less and only wanted someone to take the fall and face Yuan's wrath. And the Lin family wouldn't lose out on anything by losing a single servant. Follow me. Patriarch Lin turned around and walked out of the room, followed by Wu Jia. Once Patriarch Lin was gone, and the atmosphere returned to normal, the others could finally take a breather. Lin Minghai immediately approached Steward Jin and asked him in a low voice. What the hell just happened? I will explain it later. Let's go elsewhere first, young master. All right. They left the room and went somewhere more private. Who was that Wu Jia? Why did he admit to something he did not commit? Lin Minghai asked with a puzzled look on his face. A cold smile appeared on Steward Jin's face as he spoke. A lowly servant. It's not hard to make them do things. Lin Minghai stared at Steward Jin in a dazed manner for a moment before he burst out laughing. You're evil, but I really appreciate what you've done for us, Steward Jin. I don't even want to imagine what could have happened to us if you didn't do such a thing. I will do anything to keep you safe, young master. Steward Jin continued to smile. And for the next few days, Patriarch Lin would keep Wu Jia locked up in their private prison until the day Yuan returned to their household. A few days later. Alright, it's about time I check up on the Lin family. You don't have to come with me if you don't want to, Yuan said to Tian Yinyu as he walked to their front gate. I am coming with you. Tian Yinyu insisted with a stern-looking expression on her face. I am also coming with you, and this is not up for debate, Tian Suyin suddenly said. If my daughter and wife are going, I can't stay behind now, can I? Tian Xinzu sighed. Yuan smiled. The more the merrier. Thus, Yuan and the entire Tian family began making their way to the Lin family, attracting much attention from the pedestrians they passed as they got closer to their destination. News of the Tian family confronting the Lin family quickly began spreading throughout the entire city like wildfire. When the other legacy families heard the news, they began paying more attention to the situation. Although the Tian family was too small to attract their interest, they wanted to see how the Lin family was going to handle the situation, as the recent rumors have really tanked their reputation within the city. When Yuan and the Tian family arrived at the Lin family's front gate, the Lin family was already waiting for them outside. Welcome back to our humble estate, young master. Lin Chunhua greeted him with a bright smile. Let's cut to the chase. Have you found the person who is responsible? Yuan asked. Tian Suyin and Tian Xianzu were on the verge of a nervous breakdown when they saw how Yuan behaved before the Lin family. Lin Chunhua turned to look at Patriarch Lin, who nodded and said, We have found the man responsible for hiring the Silent Rippers. Before we punish him, would like to give you the chance to do so. Let's go somewhere more private, shall we? Lin Chunhua asked him. Sure. Yuan nodded. They proceeded to enter the Lin family's estate. Patriarch Lin brought Yuan and the Tian family to their largest guest room and said to them, I have already requested for the perpetrator to be transported here. Please give us a few minutes. I understand. Yuan nodded. Tian Xinzu and Tian Suyin almost couldn't believe what they were witnessing right now. Am I dreaming or something? There's no way the Lin family is acting this respectful to us. No to him. Tian Suyin glanced at Yuan with a pondering gaze. Chapter 1089. Published at 3rd of November, 2022, 5:27 and 11 seconds AM. Chapter 1089. Chapter 1089 The Man Responsible, 2. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. I knew he was someone special, but to think he was this special. Tian Xianzu swallowed nervously as he sat in the Lin family's guest room. Both Tian Xianzu and Tian Suyin held their breaths as they waited for the Lin family to bring in the culprit. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man with a somewhat blank look on his face was escorted into the room while his hands and legs were chained, and he appeared to have been beaten quite badly. This servant is Wu Jie, and he claimed responsibility for hiring the Silent Rippers. His reason being the recent rumors that have been spreading about our Lin family. In other words, he wanted revenge. Patriarch Lin said. Yuan narrowed his eyes at Wu Jie, causing him to tremble. Xiaoyang. I don't think he's the culprit. Tian Yinyu whispered in his ears. Even she could tell at glance that this servant wasn't responsible for it. Take a seat. Yuan gestured for Wu Jie to sit before them. Wu Jie didn't dare to get comfortable, but Lin Chunhua insisted. If the young master tells you to take a seat, you will take a seat. Wu Jie quickly nodded his head and walked to the chair in small steps. Once he was seated, Yuan retrieved the Grail of Truth and placed it on the table. I will now ask you several questions, and you will answer them truthfully, Yuan said to him. Wu Jie nodded. Is your name Wu Jie? Yuan asked a moment later. Yes. The Grail of Truth remained still. Did Patriarch Lin, or Ancestor Lin force you to be here and play the role of culprit? No. They did not. Wu Jie said in a nervous voice. Seeing no reaction from the Grail of Truth, Yuan continued. Are you really the person responsible for hiring the Silent Rippers? Yes, I am responsible. Wu Jie spoke with a somewhat defeated look on his face. The Grail of Truth immediately pulsated with light. Yuan smiled and said, You're lying to me. Wu Jie's eyes widened with shock, and he roared. And no, I am not lying. I swear that I am responsible. I was the one who hired the Silent Rippers to attack the Tian family. The light coming from the Grail of Truth only became brighter as Wu Jie lied more. What is the meaning of th? Lin Chunhua tried to question Wu Jie, but Yuan stopped him with a simple gesture. Please, allow me to ask him the questions. All right. Lin Chunhua stepped back and began glaring at Patriarch Lin with a threatening glare, causing him to swallow nervously. Why are you lying? Why would you claim responsibility for something you didn't do? Who are you trying to cover for? Yuan asked Wu Jie, who could only silently shake his head now because he knew that his lies would be exposed if he uttered even a single word. Either you're so incredibly loyal to the person you are trying to protect that you'd be willing to sacrifice your life for them, or you're being forced to do so. Which is it? Yuan asked. Please. I am really responsible. You have to believe me. Wu Jie spoke in a low voice, sounding as though he was on the verge of crying. Yuan turned to look at Lin Chunhua and spoke in a cold voice. What is the meaning of this? Do you think I am foolish enough to believe this farce? Or did you expect me to just accept it as it is? Neither. Lin Chunhua roared. He approached Wu Jie and continued. I will swear upon my surname and soul that I will protect you from whoever you are trying to protect. Tell us. Why are you lying? I will also guarantee your safety. Patriarch Lin suddenly added. Upon hearing these words, Wu Jie immediately broke out in tears and bawled his eyes out. My family was taken from me. My wife and my daughter are taken as hostages. They told me that if I don't take the blame they would sell my wife and daughter to the worst brothels in the city. Wu Jie cried out loud. Lin Chunhua gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing this information. Which bastard within the Lin family dares to do something so vile? Tell me, he roared, causing the entire room to shake. Steward Jin. Wu Jie blurted this name out loud, feeling as though a mountain had been lifted from his chest. What? Patriarch Lin exclaimed. Who is this Steward Jin? I don't recognize this name. Lin Chunhua immediately asked for more information. Steward Jin is one of our most loyal servants. He's currently serving Lin Minghai, my son. Patriarch Lin muttered in a low voice. There was no way he could hide this information since everyone knew about it. If he tried to hide it from Lin Chunhua, it would immediately be exposed as a lie, and he would experience his father's wrath. Don't tell me your son. Lin Chunhua's body trembled in anger. W8. He only said Steward Jin's name. While it's true that he works directly for my son, there's no evidence that suggests my son is part of this farce. For all we know, Wu Jie could be lying about this whole thing. Patriarch Lin exclaimed. Then why don't we speak with this Steward Jin and see for ourselves what he has to say about this situation? Yuan suddenly said. And he continued. Also, he isn't lying. Yuan suddenly pointed at the chains restricting Wu Jie. He released some of his sword qi the following moment, cutting the chains apart. It would be in the Lin family's best interest to compensate this man for his troubles. Lin Chunhua nodded. I will personally compensate him once all of this is over. You have my word. Then let's call for this Steward Jin, shall we? Yuan smiled. Patriarch Lin immediately summoned Steward Jin to their room. Sometime later, a man with a naturally cunning face entered the room, his entire body already drenched in sweat. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1090. Published at 3rd of November, 2022, 5:27 and 10 seconds AM. Chapter 1090. Chapter 1090 The Man Responsible 3. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Greetings, Patriarch Lin. Save your breath. You'll need it. Patriarch Lin interrupted with a cold expression on his face. Steward Jin swallowed nervously before turning to look inside the room. And that was when he noticed an exhausted-looking man sitting in the middle of the room. Steward Jin immediately recognized this man to be the one he forced to take the blame for the incident, and his body began squeezing out every ounce of sweat it contained once he realized the situation. What's wrong, Steward Jin? Do you recognize this servant? Lin Chunhua pretended to be ignorant and asked. Why yes. He's one of many servants in the Lin family. Steward Jin responded in a shaky voice. Is that all? What else can you tell me about him? Patriarch Lin continued to ask. However, Steward Jin couldn't utter another word out of his mouth. Let's stop this pointless chatter and get straight to the point. Wu Jie, is this man, Steward Jin, the individual who forced you to take the blame? Lin Chunhua suddenly said. Mi Wu Jie glanced at Steward Jin, seemingly hesitant to respond. Don't forget, both you and your family have our full support. Patriarch Lin reminded him. Wu Jie nodded, and after taking a deep breath he spoke. Yes, he is the man who threatened my family. That's a load of bullshit. Steward Jin subconsciously roared out loud. When he realized what had just done, he quickly followed it up. Patriarch. Ancestor. That man is speaking nonsense. I never threatened him. I am being framed. And before they could respond, Steward Jin pointed at Wu Jie and continued. You claim that I threatened your family, but what proof do you have to back that claim? How dare you try and frame me? A mere servant. The room became dead silent. A calm voice broke the silence a moment later. There is only one proof we need. What? Steward Jin shifted his gaze to the handsome young man, sitting on the other side of Wu Jie. Yuan pointed at the grail of truth resting on the table and continued. He's not lying, and that is all I need to know that you're guilty. Now tell me, are you solely responsible for this mess? Or are there others? Steward Jin didn't dare to speak, as he didn't want to drag his master to hell with him. However, Lin Chunhua wasn't having any of this, and he grabbed Steward Jin by the neck before lifting him into the air. Speak. Who else is responsible? And nobody. I am the only one responsible. He muttered. The grail of truth immediately began pulsating with light. When Lin Chunhua saw this, his expression turned cold, and he suddenly tossed Steward Jin across the room. The room shook slightly when Steward Jin's body slammed into the wall, leaving behind a large crack on it. Patriarch Lin approached Steward Jin and spoke in a low voice. If you tell us the truth, I might spare you the death penalty. Feeling as though a dim light had appeared in his seemingly pitch-black situation, Steward Jin became hopeful that he might survive this ordeal. On the other hand, if you don't, I will personally torture you for 100 years. Lin Chunhua suddenly said. Steward Jin's body trembled in fear upon hearing such horrifying words, and he subconsciously muttered out loud. Minghai, young Master Lin Minghai, is also responsible. The temperature in the room suddenly dropped significantly, and Patriarch Lin mumbled in a low voice. Minghai? He's also responsible for this? Patriarch Lin didn't want to believe that his son was involved with the Silent Rippers, but somewhere deep within him believed otherwise. Lin Minghai. Although I don't recognize this name, since he has the Lin family's surname, is he a direct descendant? Lin Chunhua asked his son, who nodded in a stiff manner. Yes, he's my son. After a moment of silence, Lin Chunhua spoke. I don't care if he's your son or your wife. If he's responsible, he will take responsibility. Bring him here. Patriarch Lin had no choice but to summon Lin Minghai to the room. Several minutes later, Lin Minghai entered the room. Greetings. A clear sound rippled in the room almost immediately after Lin Minghai opened his mouth. Lin Minghai looked at his father with a look of disbelief on his face, after realizing that had just been slapped in the face. Father? Lin Minghai mumbled. Absolutely useless. You're a disgrace to the entire family. Patriarch Lin uttered in a cold and disdaining voice. It was at this moment Lin Minghai noticed the other figures in the room, and when he saw the expression on Steward Jin's face, he instantly realized his situation. Wait. I can explain. So you're not even going to deny it? Lin Chunhua said. Lin Minghai was speechless. If Steward Jin had given him up, there was no way he could talk his way out of this. The only thing he could do is hope that they wouldn't kill him because of the Lin family's blood that is currently running through his veins. This was all Steward Jin's idea. I merely followed it. No matter if you came up with the idea yourself or you're simply going along with it, you're just as guilty. Lin Chunhua sneered. He turned to look at Patriarch Li and continued. You have assured the young master that you will punish the culprit with death regardless of their identity, and your son is no exception. But since he is your son, I will allow you the courtesy to end his life. As for you, Lin Chunhua suddenly looked at Steward Jean. Whoosh! Before Steward Jean could even open his mouth, Lin Chunhua tossed his sword that was aimed directly at Steward Jean's heart, pinning him into the wall and killing him instantly. Lin Minghai fell on his buttocks when he saw this, and he even pissed his own pants. Please have mercy, father. Lin Minghai crawled to Patriarch Lin's feet and began begging for his life. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1091 Killing Lin Minghai. You are pleading to the wrong person for mercy. Patriarch Lin kicked his feet, sending Lin Minghai flying. Lin Minghai immediately stood back up and rushed to Tian Yanya's side before kneeling before her with his face full of tears and snot. Please, have mercy, Lady Tian. I was wrong. I promise that I will never bother you again if you spare my life. Tian Yanyu remained seated on the couch with a calm expression on her face, as she silently watched Lin Minghai plead for his life with his knees kissing the floor. This was a scene that she'd seen multiple times in her dreams, but she never imagined that it could become a reality. However, as much as she wanted to kill him, she wasn't sure if that was a good decision, especially since the Lin family could hold a grudge against her family for killing Lin Minghai. She turned to look at her family for advice. Unfortunately, both her parents were still frozen stiff from fear because of their situation. Tian Yanyu proceeded to shift her attention to Yuan, who calmly smiled before speaking. Just speak your heart's desire. No matter your decision, I will protect you and your family. When she saw the calmness on Yuan's face, Tian Yanyu also called down. Me okay? She nodded before turning to look at Lin Minghai, whose face was filled with tears and snot. You have been a thorn in my life for many years now, and I cannot count the amount of times that I wanted to kill you with my own hands. However, I lacked both the power and courage. After taking a deep breath, she continued, but things are different now. A cold light flickered within her gaze, and she stood up before facing Lin Minghai. I wanted to kill you when you tried to bully me into submission. I wanted to kill you when you mess with my family. I have been wanting to pierce your neck with my sword for many years now, and now that I have the chance, it wouldn't make sense for me to refuse. Tian Yanyu retrieved her sword from her spatial ring. Hi! Lin Minghai fell on his buttocks again, and he started kicking his feet at the floor, pushing himself away from Tian Yanyu. Father, are you really going to let her kill me? I am a descendant of the Lin family. I am your son. You must save me. Lin Minghai turned to look at Patriarch Lin for help, but his face froze when he saw that Patriarch Lin wasn't even looking at him. In fact, Patriarch Lin appeared to be ignoring him on purpose. Seeing this, Lin Minghai knew that his fate was sealed and that he was doomed. Please, Lady Tian, spare my insignificant. Whoosh! Tian Yanyu suddenly took a large step towards Lin Minghai while thrusting her sword at him. Her cold blade penetrated his neck and came out the other end. After skewering Lin Minghai's neck with her sword, Tian Yanyu flicked her arm, decapitating Lin Minghai completely with one swift and decisive movement. Lin Minghai's headless body collapsed on the floor a moment later, and not wanting his blood to dirty the room, Lin Chunhua sealed the fatal injury. Tian Suyin snapped out of her daze after hearing the sound of Lin Minghai's head fall to the ground. You. She was in disbelief, and she feared the Lin family's retribution. The room fell silent once again. Sometime later, Yuan stood up and said to the Lin family, "Thank you for upholding your promise. I will consider this whole situation settled now, and I will not fault the Lin family anymore." Lin Chunhua bowed to him. "We only did what was natural. Then we will be leaving now." Yuan proceeded to walk towards the door only to stop at the door. He turned around and continued speaking. "Just a reminder, the Tian family is under my protection. Any harm towards them, and I will consider it a personal attack on me. Please be at ease, young master. The Lin family will not touch the Tian family. In fact, we will even compensate them for whatever damage we've caused them." Lin Chunhua said. It's okay. We appreciate the offer, but what's done is already done. Let's not dwell on the past and keep moving forward, Tian Xianzu said with a stiff smile on his face. As enticing as Lin Chunhua's offer was, Tian Xianzu wanted to end all relationships with the Lin family as soon as possible. And as long as nobody deliberately messes with their business, they will eventually recover all of their losses. Yuan and the Tian family left the Lin family shortly after and returned to their own territory. Lin Chunhua turned to look at Wu Jie and said, "You will also forget everything that transpired here today. I promise the Lin family will not touch you or your family for as long as you keep your mouth shut." "Yes. Please excuse me." Wu Jie bowed to them before running out of the room. "Tell the family and others that your son had died in an accident," Lin Chunhua said to Patriarch Lin once they were alone. "I know," Patriarch Lin sighed. "Let today be a lesson. This is what happens when one offends someone from the upper heavens. We're lucky to get away with just 2 dead bodies. If he wanted to, he could have eradicated our entire family." "I know," Patriarch Lin repeated in a spiritless voice. "I will give you some time to rest. We'll talk again in a few days." Lin Chunhua disappeared from the room shortly after. Later that night, while Lin Chunhua was in his room cultivating and trying to forget about the whole incident, he suddenly sensed a presence appeared in his room like a ghost, forcing him to stop his cultivation. "Who's there?" he shouted as he snapped his eyes open. However, there was nobody else in the room. Am I being paranoid? He wondered inwardly. Lin Chunhua closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation shortly after, completely unaware of the figure. An old man standing behind him like a ghost. "At last, I finally found you, master." A profound smile appeared on the old man's face as he secretly consumed Lin Chunhua's memories, taking them for himself. C1092 Vanishing Demon. After leaving the Lin family's residence, Yuan and the Tian family went straight back to their own residence. None of them spoke a word to each other during the whole journey back, and when they finally returned to their residence, the Tian family could finally take a breather. Tian Yinyu fell on her knees the moment they entered the residence, and she would stare at her hands that had been trembling non-stop since she killed Lin Minghai. "I still cannot believe it. Did I really kill Lin Minghai with my own hands? Am I actually dreaming? If this is a dream, I do not wish to wake up from it." She sighed inwardly. Seeing Tian Yinyu on her knees, Yuan approached her and offered her a hand. "Are you okay?" he asked. Tian Yinyu lifted her head to look at him without moving the rest of her body, and she mumbled in a low voice, "Who are you really?" Yuan chuckled. "You've asked me that same question so many times that I lost count now. Then allow me to ask you, just who are you really? And why are you helping us? I swear if you give me that same bullshit," Tian Suyin said. "Does it really matter?" Tian Xianzu suddenly interrupted. "Me honestly, I don't care about his identity. The only thing that I know is that Head helped us deal with the Lin family, finally giving our Tian family some peace." "Peace?" Tian Suyin sneered. "Do you really believe the Lin family will just sit back and act as though nothing had happened today? We killed one of their direct descendants. And it was even done inside their own home. It may not happen tomorrow or even a decade from now, but they will definitely settle this debt one day. We will deal with it when that day actually comes. For now, let's just relax and take full advantage of this peace." Tian Xianzu said with a bittersweet smile on his face. I have to agree with father, mother." Tian Yinyu suddenly said. "Lin Minghai would not have stopped until I was groveling at his feet, so our family would have to deal with the Lin family regardless of what happened today. As for Xiaoyang's true identity, despite my question just now, I don't really care about that anymore. While it's true that I am curious, I won't pursue it if he doesn't want to reveal it. As long as he isn't a threat to us, I couldn't care less about his identity." Tian Yinyu stood back up and glared at Yuan with clear eyes. "Thank you, Xiaoyang. Because of you, I was able to turn my dream into a reality and kill Lin Minghai. Now I won't have any more nightmares about him. If there's anything that I can do for you, don't hesitate to ask, as I am now indebted to you." Yuan shook his head. "No, you don't owe me anything. In the first place, I helped you because of a debt my family owed your family. Then you can consider that debt fully repaid." Tian Yinyu smiled. Humph. Tian Suin snorted. Now that you no longer owe our family any debt, you may leave. I ignore her. You can stay here for as long as you'd like, Xiaoyang. Tian Yinyu quickly said. Thank you. Then if you don't mind, I would like to stay here for a little longer until I figure out my next steps. Didn't you say that you'd like to visit my sect, the Jade Sword Manor? We can do that next. Tian Yinyu recalled. Alright, when do you plan on bringing me there? We can go back as soon as tomorrow if you want. Sure. Yuan nodded. That night, Yuan logged off to notify Meishio and the others about his plans. How long do you plan on staying with this family? Chu Liuxiang asked him. I'm not sure yet, but I will let you know the moment I do. Then I will continue cultivating at the Cultivator's Haven until you return. I've made significant progress in my cultivation. So much so that I was going to ask you to go on without me for a while longer. Me too, Meishio said. That's perfectly fine. In fact, if you wish to continue cultivating in seclusion even after I am done with the Tian family, just let me know. It will benefit you more than just following me around after all. Then it's decided. Meishio, let's have a race to see who has the most breakthroughs. Chu Liuxiang suddenly said. Sure? Meishio mumbled with raised eyebrows. Meanwhile, Lin Chunhua was losing his memories without even being aware of it. Master is currently being hunted. The old man sighed inwardly when he realized the situation through Lin Chunhua's memories. He wasn't worried about the 7 legacy families, but with people coming from the upper heavens was a different story. He won't be able to handle the upper heavens in his current state, but they also don't know the master's identity in this life yet. I must keep it that way for as long as possible. Looks like I will have to wait a little longer before I can see you again, master. How troublesome. The old man subconsciously sighed out loud. His subconscious sigh alerted and startled Lin Chunhua, who quickly attacked behind him without even looking. The old man avoided the attack with ease before distancing himself from Lin Chunhua. Lin Chunhua didn't immediately attack the old man again, mostly because he was feeling apprehensive about the whole situation. This old man was able to enter his room and get behind him without alerting him until the accidental sigh, which is more than enough to tell Lin Chunhua that he was dealing with someone he couldn't fathom. You. Who are you? He asked after swallowing nervously. The old man smiled and said, I have many names, but you may call me Vanishing Demon. Vanishing Demon? Lin Chunhua forcefully swallowed again. Chapter 1093. Published at 3rd of November, 2022, 5:27 and 6 seconds AM. Chapter 1093. Chapter 1093 Vanishing Demon 2. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Lin Chunhua felt an intense sense of dread course through his body as he stood before the old man known as the Vanishing Demon. With hundreds of years of experience, he instinctively knew the old man was bad news. Despite being one of the most powerful cultivators in the third heaven, he felt powerless, almost as though had gone back to the days when he was just a young and ignorant cultivator, had just encountered a powerful beast that he had no hopes of defeating by himself. Vanishing. No, Senior Vanishing Demon. What business do you have with me? A slight smile appeared on Vanishing Demon's face. You are a smart one, Lin Chunhua. Despite your status within this realm, you still remember how to be humble. People like you are rare in the upper heavens. If it weren't for this characteristic of yours, the Lin family would have perished. He knows me? Lin Chunhua doesn't recall introducing himself, and this was definitely their first meeting. Anyways, I am here to keep my master safe. Vanishing Demon spoke. Your master? Lin Chunhua raised an eyebrow. Who could possibly have someone this powerful under them in this small realm? Yes, and you've met him already. In fact, he was here just earlier today. Why you mean that, young man? Mi Yuan's image flashed inside Lin Chunhua's head. Then he realized something. Wait. To keep him safe? Why do you need to see me to do that? Are you worried that I might retaliate against him because of what happened today? I swear on my surname that I will not do such a thing. Vanishing Demon chuckled. Retaliate? Even the Celestial Emperor couldn't defeat him, much less the Lin family. The Celestial Emperor? Just who are you guys? Lin Chunhua was speechless. Just a few ambitious individuals trying to do what they think is best for this world. Vanishing Demon smiled. Anyways, my business here is finished. You will be questioned about me in the near future. But don't worry, you won't remember a thing about our conversation just now, and it will be like our meeting had never even happened. What do you mean by? Before Lin Chunhua could even finish his sentence, Vanishing Demon disappeared from his room like a ghost. He stood there with a dazed look on his face. Several moments later, Lin Chunhua snapped out of his daze, and he proceeded to look around the room with a confused expression on his face. Why am I standing here? I was cultivating just a second ago. He wondered inwardly. He decided to not think too much about it, and returned to his cultivation with all of his memories regarding Yuan erased from his memories. However, he still remembered the Tian family, as well as the incident with them, just not the person who was behind it. After leaving Lin Chunhua's room, Vanishing Demon visited other people within the Lin family, starting with Patriarch Lin. Once he acquired Patriarch Lin's memories, he went on to steal the memories of everyone that knew about Yuan's existence, leaving no stones untouched. Once he cleaned up the entire Lin family, Vanishing Demon did not take a moment to rest and immediately went to his next target, the other legacy families. After spending a few days combing through everyone in the 7 legacy families, Vanishing Demon went to his final destination, the Ji family. Who are you? How did you get in here? The Lord Ji of this realm was greatly startled when Vanishing Demon suddenly appeared before him like a ghost. Don't mind me. I think I wandered in here by accident. Vanishing Demon said with a smile. Do you really expect me to believe such an excuse? Identify yourself. Lord Ji shouted as he withdrew his weapon and pointed it at Vanishing Demon. Vanishing Demon narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in a calm yet cold voice. A child such as yourself shouldn't play around with sharp objects. I advise you to put away that toy of yours before you get hurt. I will give you 3 seconds to identify yourself. Lord Ji ignored Vanishing Demon's words and continued pointing his sword at him. Vanishing Demon shook his head and sighed. You people from the Ji family are always the same. A vicious light suddenly flickered within Vanishing Demon's eyes. Lord Ji turned to look at his right arm after he felt an odd sensation from it. And to his absolute horror, his entire arm had disappeared into thin air along with his weapon. However, he didn't utter a single cry and managed to endure the pain. I've never liked the Ji family. A bunch of lapdogs for the Celestial Emperor. Yet you act as though you rule the 9 heavens. Vanishing Demon sneered in a mocking tone. Fortunately for you, I am in a good mood since I have finally found my master, so I am going to spare your life. You. Who are you? Lord Ji asked with gritted teeth. Vanishing Demon smiled and responded with a prideful aura around him. Vanishing Demon. Lord Ji frowned. Vanishing Demon? Never heard of you. Why are you doing this? When did my Ji family offend someone like you? How about Evil God's Shadow Army? Have you heard of them? What? A look of tremendous terror appeared on Lord Ji's face after hearing this name. Impossible. The Evil God's Shadow Army is just a legend, one that doesn't even exist in this world. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. After all, you won't remember anything after I am done with you. I won't remember anything? Lord Ji recalled a certain individual that was frequently mentioned when one spoke about the Evil God's Shadow Army. According to the legend, the Evil God's Shadow Army, which was the evil god's most powerful and secretive force, was managed by a nameless entity that had the ability to steal one's memories. I see. So you're that nameless monster who can steal one's memories. However, that doesn't explain why you're here. Vanishing Demon smiled. There is only one purpose for the Evil God's Shadow Army, to protect the evil god, our master. Now that you have this knowledge, my reason for being here should be obvious to you now. No way. The evil god. He's back. Lord Ji had a look of disbelief on his face. He has returned, yet not at the same time. However, it will only be a matter of time before he officially returns. And when that happens, the 9 heavens will be his to control. Lord Ji was speechless. Anyways, I have said enough. Once I am finished here, I will finally reunite with the evil god. Why? Lord Ji opened his mouth, but he stopped speaking and moving and became dazed before he could even finish uttering his first word. When he snapped out of it, all of his memories of Yuan and his conversation with Vanishing Demon no longer existed. Naturally, this meant that he'd forgotten about heaven's judgment, and that he was supposed to find and hunt Yuan. In just a few days, Vanishing Demon had managed to erase Yuan's existence from the third heaven. Now that I've brought you some more time, it's about time we met, Master Tian. Vanishing Demon disappeared into the night after he was finished with the Ji family. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1094 Jade Sword Manor. The day after the incident at the Lin family, Yuan left the Tian family with Tian Suyin and Tian Yinyu. Are you sure you want to stay behind? What if the Lin family attacks while we are away? Tian Suyin looked at her husband with a worried expression. Stop being so paranoid. I have a good feeling the Lin family won't bother us. He nodded with a calm smile. Sometime later, they left the residence and went to the nearest city teleporter. Before we arrive at the sect, I want you to remember some rules. Tian Suyin said to Yuan after they exited the teleporter and made their way to the Jade Sword sect. M1, you will not wander the sect alone. 2, you will have someone with you at all times. She turned to look at Tian Yinyu and continued. Since you agreed to let him in the sect, he'll be your responsibility. Don't let him out of your sight. I know. Yuan couldn't help but smile. Why do you have to make it sound like I have some ulterior motive for visiting your sect? You don't. Me, I don't. I don't believe you. Tian Suyin snorted. Yuan casually shrugged. Once they arrived at the sect, Tian Suyin said to Tian Yinyu, don't forget about the upcoming event. There will be a briefing about it tomorrow. I know. Tian Suyin went ahead into the sect and quickly disappeared from their sights. Let's get you checked into the sect as a guest first, Tian Yinyu said to Yuan. Okay. Yuan proceeded to follow her into the sect. Sometime later, they stopped above a large building. This is our administration building. Once we check you in, you'll be given a guest uniform. You'll have to wear this uniform for as long as you are within the sect. Tian Yinyu explained to him as they descended in front of the building. The moment they entered the building, Yuan could feel multiple pairs of eyes staring in their direction. Disciple Yinyu, you're back in the sect and you're okay. An old man with short white hair rushed over when he noticed them. Hello, Elder Meng. Of course I am fine. Why wouldn't I be? Tian Yinyu showed him a friendly smile. Why wouldn't you be? Elder Meng looked at her with wide eyes. There's a rumor going around that the Lin family has captured you and is holding you prisoner. Did that not happen? I wouldn't be here if I was captured, now would I? I don't know where that rumor came from, but it's not true. That's relieving to hear. Then the rumor about your family starting a fight with the Lin family is also false, right? That's true. However, it's already been settled. That doesn't sound assuring. However, now that you're back in the sect, even the Lin family cannot touch you. We've warned you multiple times to not leave the sect, but alas. Elder Meng shook his head. He then shifted his gaze to the handsome young man standing behind her. Who's this young man? Your boyfriend? Tian Yinyu chuckled. This is Xiang, a guest in my family, and he's also our savior. I brought him here because he wanted to look at our sect. Xiang, this is Elder Meng. He's a close friend of my mother, and he used to be my tutor even before I came to the sect. Tian Yinyu introduced them to each other. She didn't deny it. Elder Meng could only think about how Tian Yinyu had ignored his earlier comment calling Yuan her boyfriend, something she would usually deny on the spot, and even get angry about it. Just who is this Xiang? How interesting. He smiled inwardly. Anyways, can you help him with the procedures? Tian Yinyu asked a moment later. Sure thing. Follow me, Xiang. Yuan followed Elder Meng to one of the tables, where he would give some information about himself to the sect. Peak Spirit King. Elder Meng's jaw dropped to the floor when he saw Yuan's cultivation on the paper. He turned to look at Yuan, and sure enough, the aura of a spirit king was emanating from Yuan's body, but he couldn't tell the exact level. He's not even 20 years old, and he's already a peak spirit king? Where did such a monster come from? And how come I have never heard of him until today? Elder Meng's trembling hands began sweating as he learned more about Yuan. He was beginning to understand why Tian Yinyu seemed to treat him differently. Sometime later, Elder Meng returned to Yuan with his new uniform. The majority of the uniform was black with a golden sword around his chest area. Here is your guest uniform. Please wear this for as long as you're within the sect. This way we know that you're a guest. We have a changing room right over there. Elder Meng pointed to the door at the end of the room. I understand. Yuan immediately went to change his clothes. You gave him the honorable guest uniform? Even though you know nothing about him? Tian Yinyu asked Elder Meng when she saw the black uniform in Yuan's hands. Regardless of their identity, if they're a peak spirit king, they deserve no less. Elder Meng said in a serious voice. By the way, where did you find a genius like him? Tian Yinyu smiled and spoke. Believe it or not, he's the one who found me. He appeared out of the blue one day and has been helping me and my family since then. He's like a gift from the heavens. Elder Meng raised his eyebrows at such a suspicious situation. Are you sure you can trust him? Besides my family, he's the only person I trust unconditionally. I know it might sound crazy, but I really cannot sense any malice from him. No matter his reason for helping my family, I am grateful for it. Yuan came out of the changing room a few minutes later, and when Tian Yinyu saw his new look, her face turned slightly rosy. Naturally, she was unaware of this and only felt a little warmer than usual. Chapter 1095. Published at 3rd of November, 2022, 5:27 and 2 seconds AM. Chapter 1095. Chapter 1095 Jade Sword Manor. 2. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Elder Meng whistled after seeing Yuan in their guest uniform. Not bad, young man. But you would look even cooler in our official uniform. How about joining our sect? With your cultivation, you would immediately become a core disciple, or even a high-ranking sect elder if you wish. Yuan smiled at his offer and said, Thank you for the offer, but I don't plan on staying in this world for too long. This world? Are you going to challenge the stairway to heaven soon? Something like that. He nodded. I see. What a pity. Tian Yinyu looked at Yuan with a perplexed expression on her face after hearing this. We've just met, yet he's already leaving? She sighed inwardly. Come on, I will show you around the sect. She said to him a moment later. All right. Yuan left the building with Tian Yinyu the next moment, and she would proceed to give him a tour around the Jade Sword Manor. Unlike the sects within the lower heavens, the sects within the third heaven are so vast that flying is required if one wanted to travel around, as most sects are split into hundreds if not thousands of smaller platforms that usually floated above the ground to save space. This is one of our training grounds. Our Jade Sword Manor has a total of 20 training grounds. Half of them are available to the outer court and inner court disciples, while the other half are for core disciples and elders. Their first stop was a training ground meant for core disciples. Due to their naturally low numbers, the training ground appeared to be empty at first with only a few disciples training on it, but their sword techniques were so flashy and powerful that if there were more disciples training there, they could accidentally hurt each other. Of course, there were defensive formations to lower the risk of disciples injuring each other, but incidents still happen from time to time. After watching the disciples for a few moments, Tian Yinyu suddenly spoke. Xiang, want to spar with me for a bit? Yuan looked at her with raised eyebrows, questioning her intentions. Even though I have seen you fight from afar, I still cannot fully grasp your prowess. Perhaps if I exchange swords with you personally, I might understand you a little better. Yuan smiled and said, Sure, but let's do it later. I want to see more of this sect for now. Okay. Tian Yinyu was in no rush to spar with him, so she didn't mind waiting a little. They left the training grounds to look at the other places. This is one of our medicine gardens. We have around 100 of them. Unless you want to get attacked by the guards, don't get too close to it. Only those with official orders are allowed to step foot on these grounds. Of course, these aren't our most valuable treasures. Those are hidden somewhere within the sect. The medicine garden before them was filled with all sorts of plants that stretched to the horizons, and a few moments after their arrival, Yuan could sense someone watching them from afar. They didn't linger and proceeded to the next area shortly after. Over the several hours, Tianyanyu would bring Yuan to many different spots within the Jade Sword Manor, but even after spending so many hours, they were not even halfway finished with the tour. Seeing how it was starting to get dark, Tianyanyu suggested they take a break and eat some food. Sounds great. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, they arrived at the Comfort Peak, a place designated for disciples to relax. This is Comfort Peak, where disciples go to relax or have fun when they're feeling tired or simply need to release some stress. If you seek entertainment, you will find most of them here. The best restaurants in the sect could be found here. What do you feel like eating today? Tianyanyu asked him. I will let you decide. I'm not a picky eater and I enjoy almost everything. Alright. Then I will bring you to my favorite store. As Tianyanyu led Yuan through the Comfort Peak, the disciples around them would stop whatever they were doing to stare at them. Is that senior apprentice sister Tianyanyu? There's only one person in this sect with her beauty. It's definitely Fairy Tian. I thought she was being held captive by the Lin family after starting a fight with them? Who's that young man beside her? He's even wearing the honorary guest uniform. I cannot sense his cultivation. Is he a mortal? The disciples mistook Yuan as a mortal since they were too weak to sense his cultivation. Eventually, they arrived at their destination. Jade Pavilion. Yuan read the large sign above the restaurant's door in a mumbling voice. When they entered, a handsome middle-aged man approached them. Welcome back to the Jade Pavilion, Disciple Tian. We've missed your presence dearly. It's been a while, Li Ming. As a regular of this restaurant, Tianyanyu knew the names of every worker there, and this included even the janitors. Is my regular spot available? Of course. It is always available for you, Disciple Tian. I will need another chair since I have a guest with me today. Very well. Please follow me. They followed Li Ming to a room on the highest floor. The interior of the room was small and shaped like a rectangle, but it had more than enough room for 2 people. However, the best part of this room was not the interior but the view it provided, as the guests were able to see pretty much the entire place through the balcony. Once they were seated, Li Ming handed them a menu and patiently waited for them to order. Tianyanyu ordered 2 dishes while Yuan ordered 10 times that amount, which raised eyebrows, but Li Ming didn't say anything and left to prepare their order. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1096. Published at 3rd of November, 2022, 5:27 and 1 second AM. Chapter 1096. Chapter 1096 Jade Sword Manor 3. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. What do you think of our sect? Tianyanyu asked him once they were alone again. I like the scenery. It's completely different from the ones in Lower Heaven. He said with a smile. Lower Heaven? You've been there? Tianyanyu showed a clear sign of surprise on her face. Yes. I was even a disciple at this sect for a while. Then why don't you become a disciple here for a while as well? Tianyanyu suddenly asked. I'm not sure what I would do as a disciple here. He shook his head. Well, what did you do in your previous sect? I become a disciple mostly for the experience. Though, I must admit that the experience I had was limited. I can't say for sure since I've never been to Lower Heaven, but I would imagine that things are vastly different up here. But what I know for sure is that you'll have more opportunities up here, since we have more resources in the upper heavens. Me after pondering for a moment, Yuan spoke. Give me some time to think about it. He immediately didn't refuse her offer. It was true that he didn't truly experience much in the Dragon Essence Temple, and he was interested in what it was like to be a disciple in the third heaven. Tianyanyu's hands turned into fists underneath the table from trying to hold her excitement. He didn't refuse. There's still a chance. She smiled inwardly. Tianyinyu continued to ask Yuan about his experience in the lower heaven, until their food had arrived. They would stop talking to focus on their food, and enjoy the scenery at the same time. Even though it was nighttime, Comfort Peak was still as lively as ever. In fact, it seemed even busier compared to when they first arrived. An hour later, Tianyinyu stared at Yuan with a baffled look on her face. We finished eating at the same time even though he had 10 times the amount of food I ordered. She swallowed nervously. Tianyinyu snapped out of her daze a moment later, and she spoke. Do you wish to rest for the night, or do you want to continue the tour? Are you tired? We can rest if you want. I am not tired at all. In fact, I probably won't be able to sleep for the next several days since I am still excited about what happened at the Lin family. Yuan smiled. Then let's continue our tour. Okay. Core disciples like Tianyinyu received special treatment, and one of her many privileges was free food, so they left the restaurant without needing to pay. The two of them didn't immediately leave Comfort Peak, and lingered around for many more hours. This is one of the most popular shops around here. You get to sip on spirit tea for free while relaxing on a spirit calming formation. Want to try it? Tianyinyu stopped in front of this large building that was crowded with people outside. Don't mind the queue. Core disciples have their own rooms, so we can go straight inside if you wish. Sure. He nodded. They entered the building a moment later, and walked straight to the only empty reception desk there while every other desk was occupied with disciples. Welcome to the Jade Tea Shop, Disciple Tian. The worker there immediately greeted her. A room for two. Sure thing. The worker handed her a small jade tablet a moment later without asking any questions. After taking the tablet, she brought Yuan to one of the rooms on the top floor. Upon using the jade tablet to open the room that had nothing but 2 chairs that looked like massage chairs, a table, and a wooden drawer, Tianyinyu said, "Take a seat. And do you have any preference for your tea?" "I don't." "All right." She went to the drawer and picked out a bag of tea leaves before preparing it with the teapot on the table. Meanwhile, Yuan sat in one of the chairs, and his body immediately sunk into it, almost as though it was made of water, and he was being embraced by clouds at the same time. Once the tea was prepared, Tianyinyu poured 2 cups and handed one of them to Yuan. This tea is made from leaves produced by our own sect. It has a special property that makes you feel as though you're slowly ascending to heaven. After drinking it, lay down and close your eyes. After drinking the cup of tea, Yuan laid back on the chair and closed his eyes. He could immediately feel the effects of the tea, and sure enough, his body felt incredibly relaxed while his consciousness was slowly drifting away. This tranquilizing effect lasted for about 2 hours before it dissipated. There are even stronger teas if you want something longer lasting, Tianyinyu said to him. I'm satisfied with what I experienced. He smiled. Then let's continue looking around. After wandering the Comfort Peak for many hours until they were satisfied, they returned to the training grounds. By the time they arrived, it was almost noon. Please go easy on me, Tianyinyu said to him as she retrieved her sword. And don't go easy on me. Come at me as though you're trying to kill me, Yuan said with a confident smile on his face. Knowing his prowess, Tianyinyu did not hesitate to treat their spar as though it was a life or death match. Once they were prepared, Tianyinyu made the first move, using a movement technique to get behind Yuan while swinging her sword at his neck. Whoosh! Her blade struck nothing but air after Yuan dodged it with his own movement technique. The few disciples at the same training ground quickly took notice of their spar, and they all stopped their own training to spectate. It looked like Tianyinyu had the upper hand at first, but these disciples quickly realized that was not the case. This guy. Who is this guy she's sparring with? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1087 Nameless Emperor's Tomb. Heavens! I have never seen Disciple Tian being pushed around like this before. That guess he's strong. The disciples were mesmerized by their fight, and some of them even imagined being in Tianyin's shoes. However, none of them could even imagine defeating Yuan, who seemed invincible at the moment. After 20 minutes of going back and forth, Yuan decided to end things with a sword technique. Vanishing Ghost's Soundless Blade. Yuan's sword disappeared for a split second, and Tianyinyu suddenly sensed a wave of sword chi fly past her, narrowly missing her. When she sensed Yuan's sword chi, her life flashed before her eyes for a second before she realized that she was still alive. The disciples spectating the fight also felt as though their life was suddenly in peril, when they felt the sword chi despite their distance, with some of them even falling on their buttocks. Tianyinyu fell to her knees afterward, her body soaked in cold sweat. What was that just now? She asked herself inwardly. This was her first time experiencing an ancient rank sword technique, so her reaction was normal. Are you okay? Yuan approached her after putting away his sword. Tianyinyu didn't immediately respond. Instead, she turned her head to look beside her, and to her horror, there was a deep cut in the floor that stretched for hundreds of meters, and the cut itself was many meters deep, almost as if it had been sliced by a massive sword the size of a building. Looks like I am still underestimating you," she mumbled in a low voice after forcefully swallowing her saliva that was stuck in her throat. If Head used this kind of power while fighting the Silent Rippers, he would have erased the Tian family's residence along with the assassins. Is this his true power? Or is he hiding even more strength inside that body of his? Tianyinyu looked at Yuan with caution and excitement. Unbeknownst to her, she was witnessing less than 10% of Yuan's true prowess. That was an amazing fight. Senior apprentice Sister Yinyu, introduce your friend to us. The other disciples suddenly started rushing over. Tianyinyu greeted her fellow core disciples with a smile. He's Xiang, a friend that I met recently. Senior brother Xiao. The disciples greeted him with respect. How old are you, senior brother Xiao? You don't look any older than us. I'm 19 years old. What? You're actually that young. What is your cultivation? Are you from the Four Ancient family? The disciples bombarded him with questions. Hey, you're all getting too close. Stop bothering him and give him some room. Seeing how the others were getting closer and closer to Yuan, Tianyinyu quickly acted by pushing them away, acting like his bodyguard. The disciples were surprised by Tianyin's unnatural behavior, so they subconsciously stepped away from Yuan. Xiaoyang, let's go. There's a briefing that I must attend in a bit. We can continue our tour afterward, Tianyinyu then said. All right. After saying his goodbyes to the other disciples, Yuan left the scene with Tianyinyu. Is it just me, or did senior apprentice Sister Yinyu express jealousy just now? One of the disciples there asked a moment later. You think so too? I'm not surprised, considering his talent and young age. In fact, I'm even more surprised that I have never heard of him until today. The disciples didn't stay around for too long since they also needed to participate in the upcoming briefing. What kind of briefing are you going to attend? It seems important. Yuan asked Tianyinyu as he followed her to another peak. It's definitely very important, as it affects not only our sect but all of the sects in the third heaven. Oh, now I am really intrigued. Every 7 years, all of the sects gather to explore the Nameless Emperor's tomb. I'm sure you've heard of them before. They're basically grave sites created by powerful experts before their death, so that they can pass down their legacy to those that pass the trials. Nameless Emperor's tomb. Yuan mumbled in a low voice. This has been a tradition since ancient times, and even though we've been exploring it for countless years, there are still plenty of powerful treasures to be found inside. There have even been occasions where people from the upper heavens come down specifically to explore the tomb. Can anyone enter the Nameless Emperor's tomb? Or do they have to belong to a sect? Yuan asked. Anybody can enter the Nameless Emperor's tomb. However, that isn't recommended, since you won't have any protection, meaning you'll have to fend for yourself if you're attacked. And this is true even if you have a big group with you. Of course, this also applies to those in a sect. If you think the cultivation world is cruel out here, just wait until you go inside. Everything inside could be an enemy. Are you thinking about going inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb? Tianyinyu asked him at the end. I'm still thinking about it, but it does sound fun. If you decide to join, let me know. I can speak with my mother, who can probably get permission to let you wear our uniform while you're inside. Thank you. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, they arrived in front of a building that looked like someone's residence. This is my living quarters. I'm going to wash myself before I go to the briefing. You can either stay here and wait for my return or come with me to the briefing. It's all up to you. I will come with you. I want to learn more about this Nameless Emperor's tomb, after all. Alright, then I will see you in a bit. Tian Yinyu disappeared into the bathroom after they entered the building. While Yuan waited for her to come back out, Feng Yuxiang's voice suddenly resounded. Young master. I didn't realize this at first since it's been hundreds of years, but do you remember when I said that I found the Empyrean Overlord inside a legacy tomb 500 years ago? That was the Nameless Emperor's tomb. What? Yuan exclaimed after hearing this shocking information. Chapter 1088. Published at 3rd of November, 2022, 5:26 and 58 seconds AM. Chapter 1098. Chapter 1098 Nameless Emperor's Tomb 2. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Are you sure about this, Feng Feng? Did you really find the Empyrean Overlord inside this Nameless Emperor's tomb? Yuan asked for confirmation. I am certain, young master. My memories are getting clearer and clearer. I remember entering the Nameless Emperor's tomb 500 years ago shortly after I escaped to the third heaven. I lacked treasures that were not too powerful to sell in this realm at that time, so I decided to enter the tomb. And after a gruesome experience that totally took me by surprise, I acquired the Empyrean Overlord and other treasures. Feng Yuxiang recalled her experience, feeling a tingly sensation known as fear when she did. The Nameless Emperor's tomb is an incredibly dangerous and unfathomable place that even a divine beast who came from the upper heavens such as myself struggled greatly inside. In fact, I even died a few times. If it were not for my immortal body, I would have perished inside that legacy tomb 500 years ago. Feng Yuxiang's soul shivered just thinking about the nightmare she'd experienced while inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb. However, a bright smile appeared on Yuan's face when he heard this. I wasn't sure if I wanted to go, but I cannot ignore such an opportunity after hearing this. The Nameless Emperor's tomb must have something to do with my previous lives. If I want to learn more about myself, I must go there. If that's the case, you should prepare yourself, young master. Even with your talents, I dare say that you'll still have some trouble inside. Hell, even the strongest cultivators can die in the most unlikely places. I know. Oh, be careful. Yuan said. The Nameless Emperor's tomb, huh? Yuan wondered how he was related to this legacy tomb, and what he'll find inside. If the Empyrean Overlord belonged to one of his past lives, there has to be a reason that it was inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb. Hell, the creator of this legacy tomb could very well be one of his past lives. Tian Yinyu came out of the bathroom about 20 minutes later with a fresh look and stronger fragrance, smelling like a flower that had recently bloomed. I'm ready to leave. How about you? She asked him. Yes. Also, I have decided to explore the Nameless Emperor's tomb. Yuan said. Great. I will speak with my mother after the briefing. It's fine. I can protect myself, and I won't be alone. Right. I forgot about them. Tian Yinyu mumbled. Anyways, we can talk about this later. Okay. Sometime later, they stopped at the Grand Jade Peak, one of the largest peaks within the Jade Sword Manor. Though, the only time this place becomes active are during summonings that required a large portion of the sect to gather in one spot, and currently there are over 200,000 disciples gathered. Impressive. Yuan was impressed by the sight when he arrived. This is just 2/3 of all the disciples in the Jade Sword Manor, too. Tian Yinyu said. While we wait, do you have any questions about the Nameless Emperor's tomb? Yes, Yuan suddenly halted his sentence when something in the Grand Jade Peak caught his attention. He pointed at the massive stone statue in the distance and asked in a dazed voice. Who is that? Tian Yinyu immediately knew what he was talking about even without looking at the statue. He doesn't have a name because we don't know it, but we believe he's the Nameless Emperor. Tianyanyu explained as she stared at the statue of a tall, masked figure. How did you figure that out? Yuan continued to ask. Because you can find similar-looking statues inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb. I see, but why put his statue in the sect? Is he related to this sect in some way? No, not that I know of. According to our sect's history, the founder of the Jade Sword Manor was a mere rogue cultivator before creating this place. He explored the Nameless Emperor's tomb with some success, and found some sword techniques as well as treasures that allowed him to become a peak cultivator in the third heaven, and create the Jade Sword Manor. And he put that statue there as a way to pay respects to the Nameless Emperor, huh? Yuan mumbled. Pretty much. Tianyanyu nodded. Yuan. That's the Lord. Lan Yingying's voice resounded shortly after. She immediately recognized the statue to be the same as the faceless statue that she'd taken care of since she was a child inside the mystic realm. But she was too surprised to say anything at first. Yes. Looks like he's related to the Nameless Emperor's tomb as well. Sometime later, a large group of figures could be seen approaching the Grand Jade Peak. The people from this group were all sect elders of the Sword Jade Manor, and they were all being led by an old man who was emanating a naturally sharp aura that made those around him feel as though they were constantly being threatened with a sword by their neck. Greetings, sect leader and sect elders. The world seemed to have trembled for a moment when all of the disciples greeted at the same time. That old man with the large silver sword behind his back is Yu Jian, our sect leader. Tianyanyu mumbled to Yuan. Once they arrived before the disciples, Yu Jian descended until he was floating in front of the statue while the sect elders gathered around the disciples. It is that time again, my disciples. The Nameless Emperor's tomb will open for the world in 7 days, and it will remain open for 6 months. Yu Jian's voice boomed in their ears despite how soft it sounded. If you wish to explore the Nameless Emperor's tomb, you must enter in groups of 10, and your cultivation has to exceed 3rd level Spirit Lord. If you've never experienced the tomb before, know that even if you prepare for the worst, it won't be nearly enough to prepare you for the nightmares in that place. Yu Jian spoke in a solemn voice, sounding as though he was speaking from experience. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1099. Published at 3rd of November, 2022, 5:26 and 57 seconds AM. Chapter 1099. Chapter 1099 Nameless Emperor's Tomb 3. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. You will be tested beyond your limits inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb. You will experience things that you wouldn't have even in your worst nightmares. There is an extremely high fatality rate inside where over half of those that enter never come back out. Even as a peak spirit king, I still have to tread the place with extreme care. If you are willing to go into purgatory and experience the worst of this world, then explore the Nameless Emperor's tomb. If you cherish your life, avoid it at all cost. Yu Jian continued to speak in a solemn voice, his words sending chills down all of the disciples' spine. Of course, he was not trying to scare the disciples on purpose. Every word that came out of his mouth was the truth and what had personally experienced, and he wanted them to know that the Nameless Emperor's tomb wasn't a playground for the weak. Hell, even the strong are considered weak inside, so one could say the strong doesn't exist when they are within the tomb. After taking a breather, Yu Jian continued. With that being said, if you decide to challenge the Nameless Emperor's tomb despite the danger, you could be rewarded with unfathomably powerful treasures or techniques that far surpass what should be allowed in our realm, just like our founder, who became one of the strongest cultivators during his era because he took the risks and was rewarded for it. The disciples swallowed nervously as they imagined the possibilities. Just several treasures from the Nameless Emperor's tomb made a rogue cultivator, who used to be a nobody, into a powerhouse, and the founder of a top 5 sect. And since nobody knows how deep the tomb goes, since not a single soul has ever reached the end, the possibilities were literally endless. What if there exists a treasure at the end of the tomb that allows one to literally rule the 9 heavens? Such a thought would normally be considered as a delusion, but when it comes to the Nameless Emperor's tomb, This delusion seemed more realistic. Now let's talk about the Nameless Emperor's tomb itself. While nobody knows when it first appeared or when it was first discovered, we've been exploring it for at least 100,000 years now. But despite our efforts, we still don't know how much we've explored or how long it'll take before we learn its secrets. Unlike most legacy tombs, the Nameless Emperor's tomb is like a different world itself that one can explore freely, with the only restriction being their own strength. Although most of the treasures in the outer areas are long gone, there are still new secrets being uncovered every time we enter, and there are powerful techniques waiting for those who can comprehend them. Yu Jian would continue to talk about the Nameless Emperor's tomb for several more minutes before he dismissed the disciples. Those of you determined enough to risk your life for a better life, come here in 7 days and I will bring you to hell. You are dismissed. Many disciples stuck around to talk to their friends and fellow disciples, even after being dismissed. What do you think? Are you having second thoughts about the tomb now? Tianyinyu asked Yuan in a teasing voice. Even if it's a 90% chance of dying, I will still be willing to go. Yuan smiled. Tian Suyin showed up a moment later. Is he causing you any trouble? She asked Tianyinyu the moment she appeared. Of course not. Tianyinyu shook her head with a bittersweet smile. Is that so? Anyways, do you plan on entering the tomb this year? If you are, I want you to come with me and your father. I do, but... Tianyinyu glanced at Yuan before continuing. I was thinking about going with Xiaoyang. What? Tian Suyin frowned, and she shifted her focus to Yuan. You're also going to enter the tomb? Are you going by yourself? Stop dragging my daughter into trouble with you. And mother, what are you saying? Have you forgotten about his strength? He's strong enough to defeat the Silent Rippers by himself. If there's only one person in this place that is qualified to protect me, it's him. Actually, your mother is right, Miss Yinyu. I plan on going as deep as I can, and I am not confident in protecting myself, much less someone else. Tianyinyu showed clear disappointment on her face after hearing his words, but it was not like she didn't understand where he was coming from. Why, you're right. I'm sorry. It was incredibly selfish of me to force you to protect me when the Nameless Emperor's tomb could threaten even a peak spirit king's life. I guess I've been spoiled by you a little. Yuan smiled and said, I don't mind traveling with you at first, but we will have to separate once it becomes too dangerous. What do you think, mother? Can he come with us? Tianyinyu turned to look at her with pleading eyes. I'm not senseless enough to deny more helping hands, especially one as capable as his. She said. It was at this moment another voice resounded. May I interrupt your conversation for a second? They turned to see Yu Jian standing right next to them. As sect leader, Tian Suyin was startled by his sudden appearance. Don't mind me. I only want to speak with this young man for a bit. Yu Jian spoke while his gaze stared at Yuan's handsome face. I'm Yu Jian, sect leader of the Jade Sword Manor. The sect leader is introducing himself first? Tian Suyin swallowed nervously when she saw this, as this meant that he respected Yuan enough to become humble. Nice to meet you, Senior Yu. I'm Xiaoyang, a wandering cultivator. Senior? There's no need to be humble when we're both peak spirit kings. In fact, I might even be inferior to you when it comes to raw talent. Yu Jian shook his head. He noticed Yuan's profound aura even before he arrived at the Grand Jade Peak, but he has been resisting his urges to speak with Yuan until now. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1100. Published at 3rd of November, 2022, 5:26 and 56 seconds AM. Chapter 1100. Chapter 1100 Nameless Emperor's Tomb 4. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. The sect master admitted being inferior to a junior before his own disciples. Tian Suyin cried inwardly when she saw this. She almost couldn't believe her ears. Even if we have similar cultivation levels, it won't change the fact that you're older than me. Anyways, what business do you have with me? I was just wondering why you're in my humble sect. A genius such as yourself usually doesn't show up unannounced. I just wanted to see what kind of sect my friend belonged to, that's all. I see. Yu Jian's gaze landed on Tianyin for a second. I hope this humble place is to your liking. If you have any troubles or concerns, don't hesitate to speak with me. I cannot bother the sect leader over such minor issues. Yuan shook his head. Please, I insist. Yu Jian smiled. And he continued. I will stop bothering you now, young friend. If you encounter any problems, show them this medallion. He proceeded to hand Yuan a jade medallion that had his name on it. He turned to look at Tian Suyin next and said, I'd like to speak with you whenever you're available. Me, I'm free right now. She immediately responded with a nervous look on her face. Yu Jian nodded, and he left the scene with Tian Suyin. It was obvious why the sect leader wanted to speak with Tian Suyin. He wanted to inquire about Yuan's existence. In his eyes, a genius like Yuan couldn't possibly have been born in their world, so it would only be logical to assume that had come from the upper heavens. In fact, he's already heard rumors about the Celestial Emperor sending down powerful experts for reasons that he has yet to learn. Looks like we need to ask my mother for the sect's protection. Tianyin mumbled in a dazed voice as she watched her mother leave with the sect leader. Anyways, what do you want to do now? We have a whole week to prepare for the Nameless Emperor's tomb. She then asked. Is there a place where I can learn more about the tomb? She nodded. Yes. We have a library full of information about the place. When do you want to go? Let's go now. All right. Follow me. Tianyin brought Yuan to the Jade Enlightenment Peak, where all sorts of information and techniques are stored. Naturally, this meant that guests weren't normally allowed inside even if they had a disciple with them. However, Yuan had the sect leader's medallion, so Tianyin took the chance and brought him there anyway. After arriving at the Jade Enlightenment Peak, Tianyin led Yuan to a tall pagoda that had 21 floors. This building is usually empty, but with the Nameless Emperor's tomb near, it was currently crowded with disciples. Everything inside this building is related to the Nameless Emperor's tomb. You can find others' experience inside the tomb and already discovered treasures all within this place. I'm going to leave you alone to prepare myself. If you need anything, contact me through this. Tianyin handed Yuan her communication jade slip. If you encounter any trouble, just flash the sect leader's medallion. It should settle most issues right there and then. Please don't cause any trouble, because I will be responsible for it as your guide. Thank you. Yuan smiled as he accepted the jade slip. Tianyin didn't linger for much longer, and left shortly after. Yuan approached the pagoda, but he was quickly stopped before he could even reach the staircase. Hey, you. Stop right there. A middle-aged woman flew towards him from a distance. Once she landed, she continued. Even if you are an honorary guest, you are not allowed to be here. Yuan didn't say anything and flashed the jade medallion had received from their sect leader. The woman's eyes widened with shock for a moment, and her mouth stuttered as she tried to find the proper words to utter. After a moment of silence, she cleared her throat and handed him an accessory. Hang this around your belt. If you lose it, more people will come to stop you. Now if you'll excuse me. Not wanting to stay around any longer, the woman quickly fled the scene after giving Yuan the accessory. Yuan continued to approach the steps leading to the pagoda afterward, and sure enough, people would continue to stare at him, with some of them even starting to approach him. But when they saw the little accessory hanging on his belt, they stopped and turned around. Once he was inside, Yuan immediately began sweeping through the scrolls and jade slips on the shelves. And over the next 4 days, he would not take a step outside of the pagoda, spending all of his time staring at words. However, even if he was given a month, he wouldn't be able to read all of the information inside the pagoda, as it had been accumulated throughout tens of thousands of years. I have a good grasp of what to expect in the tomb, but I doubt it is enough to prepare me for what I plan on doing. I guess I can only hope for the best. Yuan eventually left the pagoda after spending 5 days inside. He returned to Tianyin's living quarters afterward. How was it? Did you find the information useful? Tianyin asked him as she invited him inside. Somewhat. I know what to expect in the beginning, but there is too little information about the deeper areas. He sighed. I'm not surprised. Most people that went too deep never returned, after all. How about your preparation? Do you feel prepared for the tomb? Yuan then asked her. No matter how much one prepares, they won't be prepared enough for the tomb. She shook her head. Anyways, I'm going to spend what little time we have left to meditate and mentally prepare myself. What about you? Tianyin, you said. I will do the same. You can use the room next to mine. Okay. Tianyin Yu returned to her room shortly after. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1088 Commander of the Evil Goddess Shadow Army. Feng Feng, can you tell me about your experience with the Nameless Emperor's tomb? I'll assume that you'd advanced deeper than most people since you were able to acquire the Empyrean Overlord. Unless this treasure isn't as valuable as I thought. Yuan asked her after entering his room. While I can't say that I have traveled further than anyone out there, I did go pretty deep before I found the Empyrean Overlord. Feng Yuxiang's voice resounded the following moment. As you know, the Nameless Emperor's tomb opens for half a year after it opens. It took me almost that much time to acquire it. Half a year. What happens when the tomb closes? Yuan asked. Everyone that is still inside will automatically get teleported outside, and then it will remain closed for 7 years before the cycle repeats itself. Honestly, the hardest part about the tomb aren't the challenges. It's the pressure that threatens to shatter your soul. And the deeper you go, the stronger the pressure. A pressure, huh? Sounds troublesome. Feng Yuxiang would continue to talk about her experience in the tomb, as well as the trials that she had to challenge. The Nameless Emperor's tomb is very unique when it comes to trials because most legacy tombs will automatically challenge every individual that enters it, but the Nameless Emperor's tomb allows one to choose their trials, so one can spend the entire 6 months inside without doing any trials. However, this naturally means you won't receive any rewards. Furthermore, powerful beasts and even demons roam the lands there. Demons? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Don't worry, they're not real demons. Everything but the treasures within the tomb was created using spiritual energy. With that being said, the demons are as powerful as real demons, and they even have its regenerative ability. Feng Yuxiang would spend almost the entire day recalling her experience within the tomb. And that's how I acquired the Empyrean Overlord. Once Feng Yuxiang finished, Lan Yingying spoke. The Nameless Emperor's tomb sounds a little similar to the Mystic Realm. Considering that they're both related to the Lord, I'm not surprised. Yuan said. Lord. Now that's a persona I haven't heard in a while. A new voice that Yuan didn't recognize suddenly resounded in the room. Who's there? Yuan snapped his head like a turtle, and turned to look at the window, where an old man that he didn't recognize was standing with a smile on his face. How long has he been standing there? I didn't sense his presence until he spoke. This person is an expert. Yuan swallowed nervously. He could instinctively tell at glance that this old man was at a level that he couldn't even comprehend. Be careful, brother Yuan. He's dangerous. Xiaohua jumped between him and the old man, even retrieving her weapon without hesitation. Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying did the same, even though their instincts told them to run. The atmosphere in the room immediately turned cold, and it suddenly felt like they were in a life-or-death situation. However, the old man appeared completely relaxed, almost as if he wasn't even part of it. Yuan stood there in silence. Despite the tense atmosphere, he had this inexplicable feeling that the old man wasn't a real threat. Let me ask you again. Who are you? Yuan asked him, breaking the silence. The old man took a deep breath before speaking. My apologies, I was so overwhelmed with emotions that I'd forgotten how to act, and made things awkward. He proceeded to move his body and bent his knees. Don't move, Xiaohua shouted at him. However, the old man ignored her warning, and continued to lower his body until his knee was kissing the floor. Dongyi, commander of the evil god's shadow army. This unworthy subordinate greets the master. Evil God's shadow army? Master? Yuan muttered in a dazed voice, his eyes as wide as saucers. You may not remember now due to your recent reincarnation, but I am your faithful servant. I've been following you since you were the evil god, and I have been there for all of your reincarnations since then. If you don't mind me asking, how much of your past lives do you remember? Yuan was speechless. Dongyi didn't rush things and patiently waited for Yuan to digest the situation. Xiao Hua Feng Feng Ying, lower your weapons. Yuan spoke a long moment later. The ladies reluctantly lowered their weapons, but they were still on high alert and full of suspicion towards Dongyi. So you used to serve the evil god, huh? If that's true, what was his name? And who was he before the evil god? Do you have any proof that you served him? Yuan suddenly asked Dongyi multiple questions. Without hesitation, Dongyi responded in a clear voice. Master used to be known as the god of war before receiving the title of evil god, and his true name was Tianxian. If you still doubt me, allow me to show you some of my memories with you. You can share memories? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Will you accept my memories? Yuan didn't immediately respond and began pondering. Brother Yuan, I don't think we can trust him. He's too suspicious. Xiaohua said. His aura is also insanely murderous. I have never seen anything like that before, except when the young master gets angry. He's definitely killed a lot of people. Feng Xiang said. Dongyi smiled. It is true that I have a lot of blood on my hands. I didn't become the commander of the strongest assassination squad in the 9 heavens by being a saint. Yuan took a deep breath and spoke. It's okay, my instincts are telling me to trust him, so I will do so. If he wanted to harm us, he has more than enough power to do so, and we wouldn't be able to do anything to stop him. He glared at Dongyi in the eyes and continued, Show me. As you command, master. Dongyi eagerly nodded. C1088 Evil God's Loyal Servant. After receiving Yuan's permission, Dongyi proceeded to tap his forehead, causing a glowing orb of blue light to emerge from his head. He then offered it to Yuan by raising it above his head, treating it as though it was an offering to God. Master, here are my memories. The glowing orb of light floated off Dongyi's hands and into Yuan's forehead. Yuan immediately closed his eyes and began digesting the memories. Inside Dongyi's memories that went back tens of millions of years, Yuan could see himself when he was living as evil god Tianxian, and he was currently standing in front of a massive jade tablet while Dongyi was kneeling behind him. How are things going for the Shadow Army, Dongyi? Everything is going as planned, master. Our members are rising at a respectful pace every day. It won't be long before we can be fully operational. Suddenly, the scenery changed, and Yuan could see Dongyi standing before another person. This person was clearly another one of his incarnations, but he didn't recognize this incarnation. Me, master. I am Dongyi, your loyal servant. You may not remember me, but I have been serving you since your second life as the evil god. This person, who was a tall and handsome young man, spoke in a calm voice. I remember you, Dongyi. Although I don't remember everything, I remember enough to understand the situation. The scenery switched again. This time, Yuan recognized this person. However, this person's face was covered by a bland-looking mask. He must be the Lord. Yuan thought to himself. Master, I am Dongyi, right? Took you long enough to find me this time. The Lord spoke in a calm voice. How much of your memories have you recovered, master? The Lord turned to look at Dongyi and spoke. I remember everything. I was born in this life with all of my previous memories. This is unprecedented. Dongyi was pleasantly surprised to hear this. Sometime later, Yuan opened his eyes and spoke. Since you know so much about me, can you help me recall what I have yet to remember to speed up the process? Dongyi shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Unfortunately, I cannot do that. You can't or you want? Per the master's own orders, I want. Dongyi said. My orders? Yuan raised an eyebrow. He nodded. Master wanted to naturally recover his own memories, so you ordered me to not give too much information regarding your past even if you threatened me. Yuan sighed inwardly after hearing this. Why would he make things more difficult for himself? He also did the same with the stairway to heaven. Anyways, I believe you when you say that you are my servant. With that being said, what are your plans now? Did my previous incarnations give you some sort of mission? Dongyi nodded. This body only has one purpose, to serve you until its death. If you need anything, I will be here for you. Feng Yuxiang couldn't help but feel as though her role as Yuan's handyman was suddenly in jeopardy. Dongyi then continued. However, with that being said, it's not as though I can constantly remain by your side. Master, are you aware of our current situation with the upper heavens? No, what kind of situation are we in? Yuan shook his head. The Celestial Emperor, our natural enemy, will be sending experts to the lower heavens to kill you. They will arrive in less than a month. Yuan was left speechless after hearing this information. What? Why would the Celestial Emperor do such a thing? I've never even met the man, he exclaimed. According to what I've learned from the 7 Legacy family's memories, the Celestial Emperor is not specifically targeting you because of your identity. He doesn't even know your real identity, but because of the heaven's judgment, you now have a target on your back. Dongyi explained. And he continued, honestly, if the Celestial Emperor knew your real identity, I wouldn't be surprised if he personally came down here with his entire army just to kill you. How troublesome. And here I was planning on going to the Nameless Emperor's tomb. Yuan gritted his teeth. Worry not, Master. This is why I am here. I have already erased the 7 Legacy family's memories of you, so they won't be able to help those from the upper heavens to identify you. Furthermore, I will do my best to mess with those from the upper heavens and keep them from finding you. If you are ever in a dangerous situation that you cannot solve, break this jade slip, and I will immediately come to you no matter what kind of situation I am in, even if I have to crawl through broken glass and the scorching ground. If you need me for anything else, use this communication jade slip to contact me. Dongyi handed Yuan 2 different jade slips. I would give you life-saving treasures and other useful treasures, but I cannot give you any significant assistance that could greatly affect your natural growth. Let me guess. I told you that. Yuan said in a sighing voice. Dongyi smiled and said, the point of reincarnating multiple times is to expand your experience and talent. If you're given a silver spoon every time you reincarnate, it would defeat its purpose, after all. I understand the reasoning behind this logic, and I even agree with it. However, it still sucks. Yuan said with a bittersweet smile. Anyways, before I ask you more questions, let's introduce ourselves properly. In this life, I am Yuan. It feels a little weird to be called Master by someone as ancient as you, so you can just call me Yuan or Young Master like Feng Feng here. Feng Feng, introduce yourself. Yuan looked at her, who silently nodded and proceeded to introduce herself despite being reluctant to do so. C1088 Controlling Fate. Feng Yuxiang. I am a divine beast that carries the bloodline of a phoenix. Feng Yuxiang gave a brief introduction about herself. The rest of you should introduce yourself as well. Yuan looked at the others. Lan Yingying. I am a divine beast as well. A divine serpent. Dongyi, who already knew that Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying were divine beasts, nodded his head. While they can hide their identity from cultivators around their level, Dongyi was an immortal who has existed for millions of years. It was simply impossible to fool someone like him. A phoenix and a serpent, huh? It sure brings back memories. Dongyi couldn't help but break out a smile on his face when he recalled the immortal monarch and his divine beast followers. The immortal monarch? Yuan asked out of curiosity. He nodded. Do you remember? No, but I am aware of his existence. His divine beasts were always fighting with each other over his attention. Dongyi chuckled. It caused the young master plenty of headaches. However, they were all reliable and loyal, which sort of balances things out. Yuan suddenly remembered something and said, speaking of the immortal monarch, do you know how to upgrade his bloodline? What about the heaven-refining physique? Me, the answers you seek are within the Nameless Emperor's tomb. The name Emperor's tomb. Did I build it? Yuan then asked. Dongyi smiled and said, you will find out once you go inside. Seeing how Dongyi won't give him any direct answers, Yuan decided to give up and to wait to enter the Name Emperor's tomb. Dongyi suddenly shifted his gaze to Xiaohua, whose tiny body instinctively trembled. An exile, huh? The young master called you Xiaohua, so you must be from the Azura family. Do you believe in fate? He asked while staring at her intensively. Xiaohua silently nodded. Then do you believe someone, a mere human, can control fate? Xiaohua raised an eyebrow and said, nobody can control fate. What if someone has such ability? That's impossible. No human can have such an ability. Dongyi smiled and shifted his gaze back to Yuan. Believe it or not, someone out there has the ability to control fate. And he's standing in this room as we speak. Xiaohua and the others turned to look at Yuan, who was quite confused. You may not realize it, but you're subconsciously controlling fate. The young master is subconsciously controlling fate? How does that even work? Feng Xiang asked. Dongyi shrugged. Even I do not know the answer to this question. This is partially why the young master ordered me to not assist him too much, as it could affect his fate. Yuan looked at his own hands. I'm controlling fate? Am I really doing such a thing? He couldn't believe it. Manipulating fate sounded very complicated, so it seemed very unlikely for him to subconsciously control it. What do you know about Xiaohua's family? Xiaohua suddenly asked Dongyi. I know a lot about the Azura family, and believe it or not, but I also know a lot about you, Xiaohua. Xiaohua frowned. How? Xiaohua was born in the primordial realm. Nobody can enter or leave this place without the Celestial Emperor's approval, or the ancient seals. Sorry, but I cannot tell you. Dongyi shook his head. Why not? Because you're directly related to the young master, which means I will spoil him if I answer your question. Brother Yuan? Xiaohua turned to look at Yuan with a look of wonder in her eyes. Anyways, if you have any more questions that aren't related to the young master's past, feel free to ask me. If you have any requests, I am also willing to hear it. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. The Nameless Emperor's tomb will open very soon. Do you plan on going inside with us? No, I will be staying out here to mess with the Celestial Emperor's lackeys and throw them off your track. Yuan nodded, and he said, then if you don't mind, can you watch over my friends while I am inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb? I don't know how long I will be staying inside, nor can I bring them to such a dangerous place with me. They're extremely valuable to me. I want you to protect them as though they're me. Dongyi nodded. No matter who you want me to protect, I will protect them with my life. Yuan proceeded to tell Dongyi about Meishio and the others who were training at the Cultivator's Haven. They are likely to spend all of their time cultivating inside the Cultivator's Haven, but better safe than sorry. Rest assured, young master. As long as I am breathing, no harm will come to your friends. Even if I am not constantly by their side, I can cover this entire world with my divine sense, so I will know immediately the moment they're in any danger no matter where I am. Covering this entire world with your divine sense? I have been wondering about this for a while now, but what is your cultivation? Yuan asked out of curiosity. This humble one is only at the 7th level of God Ascension realm. God Ascension? Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. If one's ascension towards godhood succeeds, they will become a cultivation god, which has been the peak of the cultivation world since ancient times. You're not that far away from the peak of cultivation, yet you sound disappointed. Yuan couldn't understand this part. Because I know my limits, young master. As much as I hate to admit it, I don't have enough talent to become a cultivation god. That is a truth that I must accept. You, on the other hand, have not only succeeded in becoming a cultivation god multiple times in your past lives. I have a good feeling that you'll break through that limit and achieve something unprecedented in our world. Dongyi spoke as he gazed upon Yuan with a confident glint in his eyes. C1088 Arrival from the Upper Heaven. Wait a second. I thought all cultivators in the 9 heaven must abide by the rules of each heaven. Feng Xiang suddenly spoke. For example, The limit of cultivation in this world is the peak spirit king. If someone who doesn't belong in this world appears, they would invoke heavenly tribulation. Will you be fine down here with your cultivation? Dongyi nodded. Only mortals abide by that rule. Immortals like me can ignore such a rule and come down here whenever we want. Even if we invoke a heavenly tribulation, it won't be strong enough to harm us. Though, it's a pain in the ass to come down here because we have to enter through the long route, so most of us won't bother unless absolutely necessary. Also, I am currently masking my presence so the heavens don't even know I am here, and as long as I don't do anything crazy, it will remain that way. I am more worried about the Celestial Emperor than any heavenly tribulation because the young master won't be able to fight them at his current state. What's the situation with me and the Celestial? Yuan halted his sentence midway. Never mind. I hope the Nameless Emperor's tomb will have all of the answers. Sometime later, Dong Ye's eyebrows suddenly twitched, and he spoke with a dejected face. It's truly regrettable that I can only spend such a short time with you after spending so much time apart. But I must leave now, young master. Some people from the upper heavens have just arrived in this world. And to minimize the chances of your true identity being known, I must disappear. However, even though I won't be by your side, I will always be watching over you. If you are ever in deep trouble, you know how to contact me. But before I go, I must apologize to you, young master. There is so much that I want to say to you, to tell you, but I truly don't dare to mess with your fate. Yuan shook his head. Don't worry about it. I understand your feelings, and to be honest, I like it this way even if it's a little more inconvenient for me. My past, my purpose, and my goals. I will unveil them as I follow my own path. Me after giving Yuan a slight nod, Dongyi dissipated into thin air like smoke. An immortal who has reached near the peak of cultivation. Who could have imagined that such a powerful individual would be willing to serve someone? Yuan mumbled out loud after Dongyi disappeared. That's just how amazing your existence is, young master. Feng Yuxiang chuckled. Don't flatter me. He shook his head. Meanwhile, somewhere within the third heaven, a large hole appeared in the sky moments before a group of individuals came out of it. There were 21 people in this group, and all of them had the cultivation of a peak spirit king, but the aura they emitted far surpassed what someone at their cultivation base could ever achieve. Fuck, the spiritual energy in this place is so trash. It feels like I am breathing in dust with every single breath. One of them immediately complained after taking his first breath. How do people live in such an environment? Let's hurry and kill that criminal, and get the hell out of here as soon as possible. Most of these people agreed with the sentiment. However, one couldn't completely blame them for their behavior. The spiritual energy in the upper heavens was countless times purer than the ones down here. And as cultivators, they have reached the level where they don't need to breathe in air to live, just spiritual energy. These people have lived their entire life thinking that their spiritual energy was the standard, so it wouldn't be weird for them to have such a strong reaction after suddenly being exposed to something much worse. Anyways, where are the G family and the 7 legacy families? I was told that they'd be greeting us the moment we arrived. Perhaps they got the location wrong. Question mark. I wouldn't be surprised if a world of this low standard housed such dumb people. Unbeknownst to these people, the 7 legacy families and the G family all had their memories stolen by Dongyi. Hence why nobody showed up to greet them. After waiting around for a few moments, these people split up to look for the 7 legacies families themselves. When they found the 7 legacy families, these people from the upper heavens immediately demanded for answers. However, they quickly realized that nobody from the 7 legacy families knew about their arrival. This made them wonder if the people from the upper heavens had forgotten to notify the 7 legacy families. But they soon realized the truth, that the 7 legacy families and the G family had their memories erased for some reason. What's going on? Who would erase their memories? I think a better question would be who could have the capability to do such a thing in this world. I only know of one person in the 9 heavens who could erase memories, but that person's been missing for hundreds of thousands of years. I also don't think it's him. Why would he be down here stealing memories from mortals, right? The people from the upper heavens quickly dismissed the phenomenon, mostly because they couldn't be bothered to investigate any further. But then they realized another problem. Without the 7 legacy families' help, how will they ever find the person they were looking for? Even finding a needle in a haystack would be easier than this task since they at least knew what a needle looked like. However, it was not as though they could leave without even trying. In the end, these people decided to stay around for a little longer to wait for the others that have yet to arrive. These 21 people were just the first batch of people amongst a dozen after all. In the meantime, I am going to take a look around. As shitty as this place is, it's a rare chance to experience the lower heavens. Try not to get yourself killed. You'd immediately become a laughingstock if you died in a place like this. Even if my cultivation is suppressed to being a mere spirit king, what could possibly hurt me down here? This individual sneered in a mocking manner before disappearing into the world. Many people from the group followed suit, as they were also curious about the third heaven. C1088 Nameless Emperor's Tomb's Opening. The day before the Nameless Emperor's Tomb's opening, Yuan received a message through one of his communication Jade slips. Yuan, Lady Su will return in 5 days to give you what she promised. Senior Bei's voice resounded inside his head. Oh. I was so occupied with the Nameless Emperor's tomb that I nearly forgot about our agreement. Yuan felt a drop of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He couldn't imagine what he'd do if he didn't show up for the soul technique, and Su Jiechi decided to not give it to him anymore. However, the Nameless Emperor's tomb will be opening tomorrow, and I promised Tian Yinyu that I'd enter with her. As much as he wanted to enter the tomb with Tian Yinyu, he had to prioritize the soul technique, as it could potentially be the difference of whether he'll clear the Nameless Emperor's tomb or not. After preparing himself for Tian Yanyu's complaints, Yuan went to knock on her room. Tian Yinyu opened the door a moment later. Hey, something wrong? Tian Yinyu raised an eyebrow. Me, you see, I just remembered that I had an appointment with someone, and this is an important meeting that I cannot miss, but it will happen 5 days after the Nameless Emperor's tomb's opening, so I won't be able to enter with you on day 1. What? You're telling me this the day before it opens? Tian Yinyu was clearly unhappy about the situation. However, even though her voice was loud, she didn't look angry. I'm truly sorry. Yuan lowered his head in an apologetic manner. Tian Yinyu rubbed her eyes and sighed. Don't worry about it. It's only 5 days, right? I can ask my mother to delay our entrance for you. Yuan quickly lifted his head and said, Please don't. Your mother won't like it and will probably refuse. Furthermore, you're not going with just your mother, right? We cannot delay the others just for me. Where will you guys be headed first? I will meet up with you in 5 days. Yuan suddenly suggested. We'll be spending our first month at the Nameless Stone Warrior. You know where it is, right? He nodded. I memorized the map. Good. The following day, Yuan and Tian Yinyu went to meet up with Tian Suin, who brought them to the gathering area, where tens of thousands of disciples were waiting in anticipation with more to show up. Senior, due to another appointment I had arranged before coming here, I will be entering the Nameless Emperor's tomb a few days after it opens. Yuan said to her, who merely shrugged. Why are you telling me? I don't really care if you come with us or not, Tian Suin said. However, while she claimed to not care, she wasn't telling the truth entirely. Since she knew how powerful Yuan was, she would feel less nervous inside the tomb, but that's no longer the case. Tian Yinyu then spoke. By the way, you can enter and leave the Nameless Emperor's tomb as many times as you please, so you don't need to worry about that. Sometime later, sect leader Yu Jian showed up at the gathering place and swept the crowd with a sharp and profound gaze. About 90,000 disciples. 90,000 disciples was about a third of the Jade Sword Manor's entire disciple population, but compared to the other sects that will be bringing half of their sect, it wasn't anything impressive. Once Yu Jian gave the disciples a short speech, he retrieved a spiritual treasure and mass teleported everyone there to another gathering area, one that was much closer to the Nameless Emperor's tomb. The Nameless Emperor's tomb is 100 kilometers to the north. All of the major sects will have a spot reserved for them. Look for the flag with our sex emblem." After saying these words, Yu Jian went ahead and flew away. The disciples there quickly followed suit. Sometime later, Yuan and the disciples arrived at a vast and spacious land that had nothing in sight besides the very obvious and large temple that was situated right in the center of this area. This temple was massive, larger than any building Yuan has seen before, and this included the buildings in the giant's continent. The temple itself seemed to be made of white marble, and it appeared to be in pristine condition at glance, almost as though it was just created yesterday, even though it stood for millions of years already. When Yuan saw this temple, he could feel his heartbeats quickening, and he suddenly had this near uncontrollable urge to approach the place, like it was calling for him. Surrounding the temple was a sea of people, tens of millions of people. This reminded Yuan of the mystic realm, but the scale of this event was multitudes larger. Still wearing the Jade Sword Manor's guest uniform, Yuan followed Tianyinyu and the other disciples to their sect's-assigned location in front of the temple, where sect leader Yu Jian was waiting. "This isn't even half of the people participating," Tianyinyu suddenly said to him. "Since there are too many people that want to enter the Nameless Emperor's tomb, all of the sects are given a set date to enter. The top sects will get to enter on day 1 while the weaker sects and Rouge cultivators will enter a few days later. Although entering a few days late may not seem like much at first, these few days could be the difference between gaining enlightenment and gaining nothing. There have been plenty of cases where people were kicked out right before they could be enlightened." "Is that so? When does the tomb open, anyway?" Yuan asked. "It should open within the hour. I will stay here until you enter the tomb." "All right." Thus, they began to wait for the Nameless Emperor's tomb to open. Meanwhile, more and more people showed up for the tomb's opening, including those that had no intention of participating. Chapter 1106. Published at 3rd of November, 2022, 5:26 and 43 seconds AM. Chapter 1106. Chapter 1106 Nameless Emperor's Tomb's Opening. 2. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. An hour passed within the blink of an eye while Yuan inspected the Nameless Emperor's tomb with his divine sense. Besides its pristine condition, there really wasn't anything too special about the temple itself. At least Yuan didn't notice anything unique about it. He also noticed that even though tens of millions of people had gathered in front of the temple, they all left an empty path straight down the center leading to the temple for some reason, almost as though they were expecting someone to walk through the path. About 5 minutes before the Nameless Emperor's tomb's opening, the Ji family showed up at the site. All of the sect leaders and clan leaders went to greet the Ji family upon their arrival, including Yu Jian from the Jade Sword Manor. However, these powerhouses were absolutely gobsmacked when they noticed Lord Ji's unusual and shocking condition. Lord Ji, what happened to your arm?" Lord Ji, who was almost an invincible existence within the third heaven, had suddenly lost an arm, an injury that most would consider to be crippling. However, who or what could possibly injure the strongest cultivator in the third heaven to such a degree? None of these sect leaders or clan leaders could imagine. Lord Jis' body shuddered after being reminded of his injury, one that he doesn't even remember getting. I don't remember." He eventually shook his head. "When I woke up, my arm had disappeared." The sect leaders exchanged glances with each other. What could have possibly caused such a phenomenon? One doesn't simply wake up with an arm missing. These experts all believed that Lord Ji had been attacked while he was asleep, as that was the only logical explanation. But such a thing was easier said than done. However, Lord Ji insisted that he doesn't remember anything, so the sect leaders and clan leaders had no choice but to drop the topic. "I would normally give a speech, but as you can see, I am not in the condition to do so." Lord Ji spoke a moment later, and nobody there could blame him. Eventually, it was time for the Nameless Emperor's tomb's opening. Yuan could sense a sudden change in the atmosphere, almost as though the presence of an otherworldly expert just showed up. And the temple suddenly began emanating a golden glow that would grow brighter with every passing second. Boom! The entire third heaven shook for a brief second when a powerful ripple swept the place. Suddenly, like a ghost, The figure of a tall individual wearing exquisite white robes appeared in the empty path that all of the sects had purposefully avoided. This figure was entirely made out of spiritual energy, yet it felt like he truly existed as a real person, and he was carrying a large sword on his back while wearing a mask on his face. When the experts there saw this masked figure, they all lowered their heads and silently bowed to him, their hearts trembling with reverence. Although nobody there knew this masked figure's true identity, they all had a good feeling that he was the Nameless Emperor, the master of this unfathomable tomb. Yuan's body trembled slightly when he saw this masked figure, and the sword on his back. Empyrean Overlord. It only took a glance for him to recognize the sword and the masked figure. A few moments after he appeared, the masked figure began taking small strides towards the temple in the distance. As he slowly approached the tomb, not a single soul in that area dared to make even the slightest movements. And even the most powerful cultivator in this world, Lord Ji, had to hold his breath. Unbeknownst to most of the people there, several experts from the upper heaven were hidden amongst them, and they were just as awed by this masked figure's unfathomable presence despite being part of powerful families and sects in the upper heavens themselves. I have heard countless rumors about the Nameless Emperor's tomb and its unknown master, but I never really understood why even the experts in the ninth heaven are wary of this place until today. This masked figure, if he is still alive today, he would without doubt be one of the strongest cultivators in the nine heavens. How is he exuding such a powerful aura, even though he's just a phantom created entirely out of spiritual energy? Even the top experts in my family cannot emit such an aura while they are alive. This doesn't make any sense. After taking exactly 99 steps, the masked figure stopped his movements and proceeded to reach behind him to grab the Empyrean Overlord. The moment his grasp tightened on the Empyrean Overlord, all of the experts there suddenly felt a cold sensation around their neck, almost as though there was a real blade pressing against their skin at this moment. The experts tried their damned hardest to not swallow by accident, and their back was quickly soaked in cold sweat. The experts from the upper heavens even subconsciously grabbed their weapons when they sensed this chilling sensation, but they quickly released their hands when they realized the situation. His sword chi is so profound that our body, our very soul, had instinctively reacted defensively even though it wasn't directed at us. Even the current sword emperor would look like a sword apprentice compared to him. Why does such an existence exist in this world? What is the heavens thinking, allowing such a thing to happen? While the experts from the upper heaven were in deep thoughts, the masked man suddenly made his movement and swung his sword vertically at the temple. A beautiful arc of sword light was created by the swing, and it flew straight at the temple. Sha! Almost as though the sword light ripped through space itself, a massive portal suddenly appeared in front of the temple. The Nameless Emperor's tomb was finally open, but nobody there dared to move, as the masked figure had yet to disappear. Thus, the tens of millions of people there patiently waited for the masked man to disappear after opening the tomb like he usually does. However, what happened next shocked everyone there. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1107. Published at 1st of November, 2022, 1:09 and 26 seconds p.m. Chapter 1107. 1107. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. What's going on? Why isn't he disappearing like he normally does after opening the tomb? Lord Ji and all of the experts there wondered inwardly when the masked figure continued to stand in front of the temple even many moments after opening the tomb. Everyone there was puzzled by the situation, but none of them dared to approach the tomb until the masked figure completely disappeared, even if they had to wait hours. Moments quickly turned into minutes. The atmosphere there had become almost suffocating, with everyone nervous about this phenomenon. The Nameless Emperor's tomb has existed for millions of years, with many experts there experiencing the tomb's opening over a dozen times, yet nobody there had seen or heard about this kind of situation. Did the Nameless Emperor's tomb have a sudden malfunction? Was there something different about this year's event? Nobody there could say for sure, Nor were they willing to find out, as even the slightest mistake could cost them their life as long as the masked figure remained. Fuck. I don't feel this kind of pressure even inside the tomb. Sect leader Yu Jian cursed inwardly, feeling like he's already aged 100 years in these few short minutes. Suddenly, a voice resounded in the area. This voice was calm, soothing to the ears, and as gentle as feathers, yet there was a strikingly domineering feeling to the tone that demanded complete obedience. It took you long enough to get here. How long are you going to keep us waiting? Hurry up and get this over with so that you can continue your journey, which is just starting if you just made it here. To everyone's absolute shock, this voice came from the masked figure. Although everyone doubted their ears at first, they quickly realized that nobody but the masked figure could possibly have the audacity to speak in such a tense situation. The Nameless Emperor spoke? What's he talking about? Has he been waiting for someone this entire time? Who? Lord Ji was baffled. He has seen the Nameless Emperor over 100 times in his lifetime, but this is the first time he's heard the Nameless Emperor's voice. Meanwhile, Tianyinyu was baffled for another reason. His voice. It sounds oddly familiar, like I have heard it before. She moved her eyes to glance at Yuan without turning her head. Right. It sounds exactly like Xiaoyang's voice, albeit a little more mature. Or am I just imagining things? She didn't want to jump to conclusions, so she disregarded such thoughts for now. Shortly after the Nameless Emperor spoke, his body made of spiritual energy began to disperse until there was nothing left. Normally, the people there would instantly rush into the Nameless Emperor's tomb after the Nameless Emperor's disappearance, but nobody there made any movements even after he was gone this time. Even though you're telling me to hurry, I won't be able to enter the tomb for another 5 days. Sorry. Yuan shook his head inwardly. Eventually, the experts started snapping out of their daze, and they finally started sending people into the Nameless Emperor's tomb. I will see you later, Xiaoyang. Tianyinyu said when it was their sect's turn to enter. Stay safe. We will meet in 5 days if nothing goes wrong. Yuan continued to wait outside the tomb until he saw Tianyinyu enter the Nameless Emperor's tomb with his own eyes. Once he confirmed this, he turned around and disappeared from the scene. Disciple Tian, what happened to your friend? I thought he was going to enter the tomb with us. Yu Jian, who had been keeping his eyes on Yuan, asked Tianyinyu and Tiansuin when he noticed that he didn't enter with them. Something came up for him, so he'll enter at a later date. Tianyinyu explained. I see. How unfortunate. I would feel a lot safer if I knew that he was in here. Yu Jian shook his head. Seeing how much the sect leader held a junior in such high regard, Tiansuin could only shake her head inwardly and admit that she felt the same way. The Jade Sword Manor would continue traveling in the Nameless Emperor's tomb as a whole sect for a little longer before everyone split up into smaller groups, dispersing in every direction. Tianyinyu followed her mother and others that were going to the same destination, quickly making their way towards the Nameless Stone Warrior. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to Meishio and the others to let them know of the situation since he had a few more days before the meeting with Su Jiechi. There's a good chance that I might not leave the Nameless Emperor's tomb for a while, so I am going to leave behind some things for you guys just in case you want to leave the Cultivator's Haven and explore Third Heaven by yourself. Exploring the Third Heaven without you? That's suicide for cultivators at our level. Chu Liuxiang said with a bittersweet smile. How long do you think it will take? Meishio asked. At most 6 months, but I really hope it won't take that long. Half a year. Do you think we'll reach at least Spirit Grandmaster in that amount of time? Li Jinsi asked. With your talents and resources, I have no doubt that you'll reach at least Spirit Lord. Yuan smiled. By the way, even though I won't be with you, just know that you're still being protected no matter where you are. What do you mean? Meishio raised an eyebrow. I will tell you about it at tonight's dinner table. All right. Later that night at the dinner table, Yuan would tell Meishio and the others about the Nameless Emperor's tomb and his new friend Dong Yi. However, he didn't tell them everything about Dong Yi, such as how Dong Yi was a servant from one of his past lives, as that would have made things complicated. Though he did tell Meishio and Chu Liuxiang since they were already aware of his past lives. Over the next 5 days, Yuan would spend them in the real world, with most of his time being spent in the training field or the bedroom. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time for his promise with Su Jieqi to be fulfilled. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1088 Strongest Soul Cultivation Technique in the Nine Heavens. A few days prior to her meeting with Yuan, Su Jieqi had to retrieve the soul cultivation technique from Lady Xiang. I have done what you asked. I want the soul cultivation technique now, Su Jieqi said while standing before Lady Xiang. Lady Xiang lowered her cup of tea and smiled. I knew you were powerful, but who thought you'd be capable of annihilating the entire Sky Whales faction overnight? The entire Supreme Heaven is trembling because of your actions, you know. How long has it been since you last stirred the world this much? 100,000 years ago. The soul cultivation technique. I will not repeat myself. Su Jieqi even extended her hands out. Lady Xiang sighed. Why are you being so impatient? Do you really think I am going to swindle you? After placing her tea down, Lady Xiang continued. I don't know how you think this works, but I cannot just hand you the technique. This soul cultivation technique is a little special, so I will have to transfer it to the individual myself. Su Jieqi narrowed her eyes. If you're doing this just so you can identify the junior. Lady Xiang shrugged. I won't lie. I am intrigued by this junior whom you're so desperate to help, but I do not have any ulterior motives, nor am I the type to go after someone else's man. I cannot give him the technique unless I do so personally. This is a rule that cannot be broken even if you threaten to kill me. After a moment of silence, Su Jieqi nodded. Fine. Meet me at the myriad of techniques in 3 days. And without saying another word, Su Jieqi disappeared from Lady Xiang's sight. She's as difficult as ever. Lady Xiang shook her head with a bittersweet smile on her face. Normal people would be irritated by Su Jieqi's bossy attitude, but Lady Xiang has known her for millions of years and knew Su Jieqi's true personality, so it didn't offend her even the slightest. 3 days later, Lady Xiang entered the myriad of techniques, where Su Jieqi and Senior Bai were waiting. How have you been, Bai Lingyu? Are you still being tossed around by Lady Su? Lady Xiang asked him in a teasing voice. And you seem the same as always, Lady Xiang. Senior Bai smiled at her. Don't you mean I look prettier than before? The two of you can chat all you want later, but we have someone waiting for us right now. Su Jieqi said. Take me to this junior. Lady Xiang smiled. A few hours before Lady Xiang's arrival, Yuan entered the myriad of techniques and met up with Senior Bai. You're here early. Lady Su won't be here for a few more hours. Senior Bai said to him. That's fine. If you're free, let's have a chat. I have some questions for you. Yuan said. What kind of questions? After a moment of silence, Yuan asked. What do you know about someone named Evil God? Senior Bai's eyes widened with shock after hearing this name. Where did you hear this name? I'm not exactly sure where or when I heard it, but it resurfaced in my mind recently and I can't stop thinking about it since. Yuan lied with a straight face. I'm saying this for your own good, but do not look into the evil god. In fact, don't even utter this name in public. You could be mistaken as the evil god's worshipper, which is punishable with immediate death. Now I'm even more curious. There's nobody but us here, so it should be fine, right? Yuan smiled. Senior Bai sighed. If I quench your thirst, can you promise me that you will stop looking into it? Yuan quickly nodded. After taking a deep breath, Senior Bai spoke. The evil god was one of the strongest and most dangerous individuals to have ever existed in the Nine Heavens. Nobody knows his true identity, but he showed up out of the blue one day and declared war on the Celestial Emperor. The first Celestial Emperor in history. This occurred somewhere in the middle of an ongoing war called the Heavenly War of Immortals and Gods when the cultivators fighting the Celestial Emperor were losing. The evil god's appearance changed the direction of the war. Heavenly War of Immortals and Gods. I heard of this war before. What was the cause of it? Yuan asked. The rogue cultivators didn't like how the celestial emperor limited the resources in the 9 heavens, restricting its access to only those that served under him, so they revolted. This rebellion rocked the entire 9 heavens, even splitting it into 9 separate worlds in the process. And the evil god joined this war in the middle of it, killing the celestial emperor? Yuan asked for confirmation. That's right. And nobody knows why? Perhaps a few close to him knew the real reason, but the majority of us do not. Speaking of people close to him, I remember the name Dong Yi being mentioned alongside the evil god. Do you know anything about him? Senior Bai pondered for a moment before speaking. If I remember correctly, Dong Yi was the commander of the evil god's shadow army, one of the most fearsome groups of assassins within the 9 heavens. Yuan would continue to ask questions about the evil god, and Senior Bai would answer them to the best of his knowledge. A few hours later, Senior Bai said, "All right, it's about time. I'm going to get Lady Su now." "Okay. Thank you for your time. Remember your promise." Yuan nodded with a smile. "I know. I won't look into the evil god anymore." Senior Bai left the myriad of techniques the next moment. A few minutes later, Yuan could sense Senior Bai's presence reappearing nearby, alongside 2 other presences, one of which that he did not recognize. Who is that? Yuan wondered to himself as he gazed at the unfamiliar beauty that was following Senior Bai and Su Jiechi. Chapter 1109. Published at 1st of November, 2022, 1:09 and 24 seconds p.m. Chapter 1109. 1109. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Good morning, Miss Su Senior. Yuan bowed to them in a respectful manner when they got close enough. We've kept you waiting. Su Jiechi nodded her head in acknowledgement. There's still a few days before the agreed date. Yuan smiled. He turned to look at Lady Xiang, whom he was unfamiliar with, but he didn't want to be newsy, so he didn't ask for her identity. She seems a bit dazed for some reason. He thought to himself. Su Jiechi also noticed this, so she decided to introduce Lady Xiang instead. This is Lady Xiang from the Divine Essence Monastery. You probably haven't heard of this place since they only exist in the upper heavens, but they're one of the top 10 powers in the 9 heavens. As for her reason for being here, I am here to teach you my soul cultivation technique. Lady Xiang suddenly spoke, interrupting Su Jiechi. My apologies for the late introduction. I had something on my mind just now. I am Xiang Biyu, the current holy maiden of the Divine Essence Monastery. You may address me as Sister Biyu. Senior Bai and Su Jiechi looked at Lady Xiang with raised eyebrows. Why would Lady Xiang allow Yuan to address her with such familiarity despite this being their first meeting? Me, Lady Xiang continued without pausing. In my possession is what I believe to be the strongest soul cultivation technique in the 9 heavens, so Lady Su went to the right person if that's what you are looking for. Tell me, why are you seeking such a powerful technique when you're just a mere spirit king? Did you not stop to think that you might be biting more than you can chew? Yuan smiled and said, I was just looking for a suitable soul cultivation technique. It was Miss Su who offered to find me the best one she could find. There's no way I could refuse such an offer. As for whether or not I can chew it, I guess we will find out once I bite into it. Lady Xiang glanced at Su Jiechi for a second but didn't say anything. Fortunately for you, unlike most soul cultivation techniques out there, my soul cultivation technique doesn't discriminate against one's cultivation, so anyone can learn it as long as they qualify. However, that is easier said than done, as there have only been 3 people since ancient time that have managed to learn this soul cultivation technique. Only 3 people? Yuan was surprised to hear this, but he was also excited. After all, the harder it was to learn something, that something is usually more unique and powerful. If you do not have what it takes to learn this soul cultivation technique, there is nothing I could do for you. It just means you are not fated to learn it. Lady Xiang said a moment later. She turned to look at Lady Su and continued, as I have mentioned before coming here, if he doesn't learn it, don't expect any compensation, as this was part of our deal. I am well aware. Su Jiechi nodded. Lady Xiang returned to Yuan and smiled. She destroyed an entire faction just to get you this chance, young man. Try not to waste it. Even if you don't really have a choice. You did what? Yuan looked at Su Jiechi with wide eyes. Don't misunderstand. Even though it was part of the agreement, the celestial overlords have a duty to deal with any demon worshippers, so I would have dealt with them the moment I learned that they were demon worshippers even if it wasn't part of the agreement. Whatever you say, Lady Su. Lady Xiang proceeded to glare at Yuan with a serious look on her face. Are you ready? She asked. I am. He nodded. Let's go. Su Jiechi suddenly said to Senior Bai, who nodded in silence. The two of them proceeded to leave Lady Xiang and Yuan alone. Since Lady Xiang only promised to teach Yuan the soul cultivation technique, it was only natural for everyone else to leave. Once they were alone, Lady Xiang spoke. This technique is a little special, so the learning method will be a little special as well. Though it's quite simple. Lady Xiang closed her eyes, and her aura suddenly began to soar. A few moments later, a massive golden bell materialized behind her. This bell didn't appear to be completely solid, and seemed somewhat semi-transparent. It was the size of a 4-story building, and it emanated an otherworldly aura. Upon closer inspection, Yuan could see tiny words engraved onto the front of the bell, exactly 1,000 words. Is that the soul cultivation technique inscribed on the bell? Yuan asked. Indeed. It may seem very insignificant compared to even the most ordinary technique, but each word encompasses a profound secret that will lead you closer to learning the technique. What is this technique's name? You will learn it if you are fated to. Otherwise, you are not worthy to know its name. Lady Xiang said. Yuan's gaze was fixated on the golden bell ever since it came into view, looking as though he was bewitched by it. It could take weeks, months, even years to learn this technique. I will give you 50 years. Lady Xiang said a moment later. Although 50 years may sound a lot, it would feel no different than a few weeks for an immortal who has lived millions of years. Furthermore, it took Lady Xiang, one of the most talented individuals in her era, 120 years to learn the technique, so 50 years was actually very little time. However, almost as though he couldn't hear her, Yuan remained silent. Lady Xiang continued speaking regardless. Once you think you have comprehended the technique, ring the bell with your spiritual energy. Even a little is fine. Once you do, the bell will ring, and each ring will signify your understanding, so the more times it rings, the more you'll comprehend it. I doubt you'll be able to learn this technique in 50 years, but there's no need to worry, because I will. In the midst of Lady Xiang's thoughts, Yuan suddenly lifted his finger and pointed it at the bell. And before Lady Xiang could even wonder what he was thinking, Yuan released a strand of spiritual energy that flew straight at the bell. What are you? Lady Xiang exclaimed in a shocked voice after seeing his seemingly reckless actions, but she had no time to be shocked, as Yuan would surely be dead before the bell could even finish ringing once. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1110. Published at 1st of November, 2022, 1:09 and 22 seconds p.m. Chapter 1110. 1110. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. The moment Yuan's spiritual energy touched the bell, its golden figure began to tremble, and a second later, almost as though someone had struck it with a wooden log, it released a heart-throbbing noise that swept the entire world. Dong! Yuan could feel his entire body trembling with the bell, and it felt like his very soul had been struck alongside the bell. Do you have a death wish? If you ring the bell before you comprehend the technique, it could shatter your very soul. Lady Xiang cried out loud after hearing the first ring. However, there was nothing she could do about it, as once the bell rings, it would not stop until the very end. And whether Yuan's soul will survive the ordeal was entirely up to him. Don't worry, I have already comprehended the technique. Yuan spoke in a calm voice as the first ring continued to echo. The sound of each ring lasted 9 seconds, so he had some time until the next one. What in heaven's name are you talking about? That's impossible. It took me 120 years to comprehend the technique, while you've just started. Lady Xiang didn't want to believe it. She couldn't. In fact, nobody in the 9 heavens would believe Yuan's outrageous claims. However, Yuan wasn't lying. Almost as though he was fated to learn the technique, or he learned the technique in advance, had instantly grasped the meaning behind the words on the bell at glance, and comprehended the technique the following second. It was so unbelievably easy that even Yuan doubted it at first, hence why he went ahead and rang the golden bell, as he suddenly had this uncontrollable urge to do so, which was probably affected by the technique he'd just comprehended. With that being said, while he's comprehended the technique, he hasn't actually learned it yet. How much of the technique he learns will entirely depend on the amount of times the bell resounds. Thus, the more the bell rings, the more he will learn the technique. 9 seconds after the first ring, the bell rang for a second time, sounding even louder than the previous. Dong! Yuan could feel his entire body being pushed back by the noise as well as the invisible force that was pressuring his internal organs and his very soul. Despite that, it didn't really affect Yuan too much, and the pressure on his soul was nothing more than just that. He wasn't hurt by the pressure, nor did he feel like his life was threatened by it. Therefore, Yuan stood tall and endured the second bell for 9 more seconds. After the second ringing ended, the bell resounded for a third time, but not before the golden bell itself grew in size. And in the blink of an eye, the golden bell nearly doubled in size. Dong! Lady Xiang swallowed nervously as an expression of disbelief was plastered all over her face. He's withstanding the pressure from the bell. Did he really comprehend the technique in that short of a time? How many times will the bell ring for him? Lady Xiang recalled her experience learning the technique and facing the bell. After spending 120 years trying to comprehend the technique, she managed to make the golden bell ring a total of 6 times out of a possible 9. Dong! The golden bell rang for the 4th time, and it had grown so large that it was almost as big as Yuan's God of War's astral arts avatar. Yuan had closed his eyes and sat down long ago, and his understanding for the soul cultivation technique deepened with every ring. Eventually, the loud noise sounded no different than music to his ears, and his body felt like it was being embraced by the goddess of sounds. Dong! Dong! The 5th and 6th ring resounded shortly after. 6. He's managed to make the golden bell ring 6 times. Dong! In what seemed like a blink of an eye, the 7th bell rang. At the 7th ring, the power of the noise had transcended their space and leaked to the outside world where Su Jiechi and the others were waiting. Is this the sound of a bell? Senior Bai turned around to look at the portal behind him. What are they doing inside? He wondered out loud. Whatever they are doing, I have a bad feeling about this. Su Jiechi said with a slight frown on her face. Dong! When the 8th bell rang, Su Jiechi and Senior Bai felt the entire world around them tremble. What is happening? Senior Bai exclaimed. Su Jiechi didn't say anything. She turned around and rushed back into the portal to see what was going on inside. Senior Bai quickly followed. And to their absolute surprise, there was a massive golden bell inside Senior Bai's world, and it was big enough to cover the entire place. What in heaven's name are we seeing? Senior Bai uttered in a voice of disbelief. Despite the loud noises, neither Senior Bai nor Su Jiechi were affected by it, as the pressure was mostly focused on Yuan, so the most they felt was their heart beating louder than usual. 8 rings. Lady Xiang could be seen trembling in shock even from a distance. Su Jiechi immediately approached her and asked, "What the hell is going on here?" Lady Xiang turned to look at her with wide eyes before speaking in a dazed voice. He's managed to make the bell ring 8 times. What is that even supposed to mean? Su Jiechi frowned. It means a new legend is about to be born, she exclaimed with a wide smile on her face. Dong! The golden bell rang for the 9th time, causing the entire 9 heavens to tremble, and Lady Xiang could feel her excitement reaching its climax when she heard this. However, little did Lady Xiang know that this was just the beginning. After the golden bell rang 9 times, it suddenly rang again for the 10th time. Dong! Lady Xiang always believed that the golden bell could only ring a maximum of 9 times, but Yuan had managed to surpass that and ring it 10 times. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1088 The Nine Heavens Trembles. After the 10th ring, the golden bell fell silent, but both Yuan and Lady Xiang could somehow tell that it wasn't completely over yet. Tell me what's going on? Su Jieqi asked them, as she was completely clueless to the situation. Once one comprehends the soul cultivation technique, the golden bell will ring a certain number of times with 9, 10 rings being the maximum, and the more times you manage to make it ring, the stronger your understanding of the technique will be. In other words, the more it rings the better. Lady Xiang explained in a dazed voice, and she continued, for reference, I made the bell ring 6 times when I comprehended the technique, and I was considered a genius that would appear only once every few million years. After swallowing nervously, she said, your little friend here has managed to make the bell ring 10 times. That kind of talent is frightening. I cannot imagine what kind of monster he'll be like in the future. Although it might be a bit rude to call Yuan a monster, Lady Xiang could not think of another term to call him by, and his talent was truly monstrous. So what happens now? Su Jieqi asked. Lady Xiang shook her head. I don't know. The golden bell should have disappeared after it stopped ringing, but it's still here for some reason, so it might not be the end just yet. As for what might happen, I cannot even begin to imagine. After a brief moment of silence, Su Jieqi spoke while staring at Yuan, who was still sitting there with his eyes closed. How are you feeling? Me, however, almost as though he couldn't even hear her, Yuan remained silent. Su Jieqi didn't try to speak to him again, fearing that she might disturb his trance. Thus, both Su Jieqi and Lady Xiang would patiently wait for Yuan to wake up. Yuan would not move a single muscle for the next 24 hours, and neither did Su Jieqi or Lady Xiang. They would stare at Yuan's face intently, their thoughts unknown. Senior Bai was still waiting outside the portal, feeling a little nervous about how silent it was. Fortunately, that silence would not last too long, as the 9 heavens would soon experience another turmoil. Once 24 hours had passed, Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, but they seemed empty, almost as though he was still unconscious. A profound aura suddenly swept the world, followed by the deafening sound of a bell ringing. The golden bell has started to ring again for the 11th time, but it was much quicker this time. Unlike the slow ringing at the start, the pace became much quicker, and the golden bell would ring every second. Dong, dong, dong. Every ring would send out a ripple with unfathomable secrets that filled the small world before leaking out into the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens would tremble every time the bell rang, so it would shake every second, causing a major uproar in every world within the 9 heavens. This constant shaking made many people wonder if the world was ending, and more people would begin to have the same thoughts when the trembling grew stronger and stronger. Somewhere in the 9 heavens, the celestial emperor stood before his throne with his hands wrapped into a tight fist and a dazed look on his face. He could hear the faint sound of a bell ringing that was getting clearer with every passing second, almost as though he was standing before the bell himself, and he recalled a certain sentence. When the glorious bell of supremacy resounds, a new ruler is born, and the 9 heavens will tremble as it enters a new era. Have you returned once again to trample on this world's peace? Why won't you give up? No matter how many times you reincarnate, you cannot escape the fate bestowed upon everyone born under this heaven. It's impossible to win. The celestial emperor had a tired and somewhat defeated look in his eyes. Back in the myriad of techniques, Yuan could feel something deep within his body being loosened, being awakened. As the bell approached its 90th ring, Yuan finally understood one thing. This has nothing to do with the soul cultivation technique. This is a key to a lock within me. Something inside me is being unsealed. Although he didn't know what was being unsealed, he somehow knew that it would help him face whatever was inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb. Once the golden bell rang a total of 99 times, it would stop for a few seconds before resounding one more time. When the golden bell rang for the 100th time, it shattered into countless fragments. These fragments did not immediately disappear, and instead transformed into golden swords that pointed at Yuan. Each of these swords had unique symbols engraved into them, but neither Su Jieqi nor Lady Xiang could read them. As for Yuan, even though he couldn't read them, he could somehow understand them. Whoosh! These countless golden swords suddenly flew at Yuan, entering his body without harming him in the slightest. Once Yuan absorbed all of the golden swords, he took a deep breath before closing his eyes and entering into another trance. This trance didn't last as long and ended a few minutes later. When he opened his eyes, it was pure gold and glistening like stars in a starry night, giving an otherworldly feeling to his existence. Both Su Jieqi and Lady Xiang subconsciously swallowed nervously when they saw his eyes, feeling as though they were before a divine entity despite being godlike existences themselves. I think it's over, he spoke in a calm voice a moment later. However, the goddesses were still in shock and trying to process what had just happened. How do you feel? Lady Xiang asked him a moment later. I feel fine. Just fine? Do you feel any different? To her surprise, Yuan shook his head. No, I don't feel any different. How is that even possible? Lady Xiang muttered in a dazed voice. C1112 Lady Xiang's offer. I don't believe it. Su Jieqi suddenly spoke with a cold expression on her face. You just learned the strongest soul cultivation technique known in the 9 heavens, not to mention that spectacle just now. There's no way you don't feel any different. Yuan shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Why would I lie to you? I truly don't feel any different. Perhaps the effects will start showing later, but I can't sense anything different about my body at this moment. Neither Lady Xiang nor Su Jieqi could argue with his logic, especially when they still cannot comprehend what had just occurred. Then I would like to make a suggestion. You should stay here for a little longer so that I can monitor your condition. Lady Xiang then said. I'm sorry, Lady Xiang, but I have somewhere to be, and I already broke my promise once. I cannot disappoint my friend a second time. I hope you can understand. If I feel any different, I will let Senior Bai know. Lady Xiang frowned, clearly unhappy, which was to be expected. However, what Yuan didn't expect was what she would go on to say. That's not right. I told you to address me as Sister Bu. Lady Xiang revealed her reason for being displeased, leaving Yuan speechless. Su Jieqi then spoke. You don't need to report anything if you don't want to. We just wanted to make sure your body is unharmed after enduring the Golden Bell for so long. Me, if it is considered rude to question a cultivator about their gains after they consumed a treasure, the same logic applied to cultivation techniques. Anyways, about the soul cultivation technique. Do you have it? Lady Xiang asked a moment later. Yuan silently nodded. Lady Xiang took a deep breath before speaking. Not only did you surpass me in comprehension, you even made the golden bell ring 110 times. I don't think something like this will ever be surpassed or repeated again. Junior brother Yuan, would you like to be my disciple? Lady Xiang suddenly offered to be his master. If you become my disciple, I will immediately bring you to the supreme heaven, and I will spare no resources nurturing you. All of my disciples have become a powerhouse in the 9 heavens one way or another, and with your talents, you will surely be my brightest disciple yet. Moreover, since our soul cultivation technique is very unique, I am the only person in the 9 heavens who can guide you properly in that regard. Although the Divine Essence Monastery is a female-only sect, and I have only ever accepted female disciples before, I will make an exception for you. You will not only be surrounded by beauties, they're the most brilliant and beautiful flowers you can encounter in the 9 heavens. If that's not enough to satisfy you, I don't mind offering myself to you. I may have lived a long time, but as the holy maiden, my body is still pure. Lady Xiang winked at the end. Yuan was speechless. How did the conversation go off the rails so fast within a single sentence? Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? I'll kill you. Su Jieqi interrupted with a cold look on her face. Lady Xiang remained calm despite Su Jieqi's threatening aura, and she even smiled. Nonsense? I did not utter a single lie just now. In case you forgot, you also studied under me at one point. That was because my father. No matter how you put it, you cannot alter the truth. Su Jiechi rubbed her eyes and sighed. Yuan, ignore her. She may be the holy maiden, but she acts anything but one. Even if she is the only person in this world who can teach you about the soul cultivation technique, I have a feeling that you won't need it. In fact, you might even be the one guiding her in the future. How can you say such a thing in front of a junior right before my presence, little Chi? To make things fair, how about I reveal some of your embarrassing secrets? Lady Xiang spoke with a cold look on her face. I thought I told you that I would kill you if you ever utter that name again. Su Jiechi's eyes flickered with killing intent. Sensing that things were getting out of hand, Yuan cleared his throat and spoke in a stiff voice. Seniors, please calm down. You're both my benefactors. I cannot bear to watch the two of you fight with each other. He then turned to look at Lady Xiang and continued. As for your offer, Lady, Sister Bu, I'm sorry, but I will have to decline. May I ask for your reason? Lady Xiang asked. Her expression turned serious. There are still things that I must do. Questions that I need to find answers for down here before I ascend to the supreme heaven. I have already decided to climb every step of the way to the supreme heaven, so I cannot let you take me there. Yuan explained. After all, he won't be able to recover his memories if he skipped all the way to the end. Lady Xiang closed her eyes and released a long sigh. If that's your decision, I won't force it. While she really wanted to accept Yuan as a disciple, she already expected for him to refuse. However, even if Yuan accepted her offer, she wouldn't have actually accepted him as her disciple for one simple yet complex reason. A reason that she cannot reveal to either Yuan or Su Jiechi. Junior brother, I won't pursue this issue any further, but I have another request. Let's meet again in this place after 3 months. I want to see how much you've progressed with the soul cultivation technique. Lady Xiang said. 3 months. I might not be able to make it, as I will be entering the Nameless Emperor's tomb, which could last for as long as half a year. Yuan said. Nameless Emperor's tomb? You're actually going inside that torture chamber? What are you, a masochist? Su Jiechi couldn't help but utter these words. You've been inside before? Yuan had a feeling this was the case. Of course. In fact, most of the immortals in the Supreme Heaven have explored the Nameless Emperor's tomb at least once. Despite this place existing in the third heaven, it is still dangerous enough that even immortals have perished inside. While inside, everyone above Spirit King will have their cultivation restricted to peak Spirit King, and all spiritual treasures above Ancient Grade are rendered useless. So the only advantages we have are our knowledge, experience, and techniques, Su Jiechi said. Yuan swallowed nervously after hearing all of this. The Nameless Emperor's tomb is dangerous enough to kill even immortals that are entities that he cannot even comprehend yet? Why does such a place even exist? He couldn't wait to find out. Now that I know you're planning to explore the Nameless Emperor's tomb, I cannot leave you empty-handed, Lady Xiang suddenly said. Here are some life. Right as Lady Xiang prepared to pull out life-saving treasures for Yuan, Su Jiechi stopped her and said, What are you doing? Have you forgotten our position? If we interfere too much, it could have the opposite effect and harm him instead. Lady Xiang wanted to argue, but she couldn't. Fine, I won't give him any life-saving treasures, but I won't let him go inside without anything. Lady Xiang said with a stern look on her face. Even though he's not my official disciple, he still learned my soul cultivation technique, so he is technically one. C1113 Lady Xiang's blessing. Come over here, junior brother. Lady Xiang gestured for Yuan. You may not need this, but it's better to be safe than be sorry. Yuan nodded, and he approached her while anticipating what she was going to give him. Once he was right in front of Lady Xiang, she said, Close your eyes. Yuan didn't question her request and closed his eyes. The following moment he would feel something soft and small pressing against his forehead, which prompted him to open his eyes. When he opened his eyes, Yuan could only see a pair of luscious breasts hovering right in front of his face, causing him to raise an eyebrow. Su Jiechi's mouth was wide open at this moment as her shocked eyes were glaring at Lady Xiang, who was giving Yuan a kiss on the forehead. As the holy maiden, her actions right now would be considered a taboo, and it would surely create an uproar if the public knew of it. The kiss didn't last long, only 3 seconds, but it felt like 3 hours to Su Jiechi. Perhaps it would have lasted longer if Su Jiechi didn't intervene. Are you done yet? Lady Xiang removed her lips from Yuan's forehead with a satisfied smile on her face. I've just given you a blessing. It will automatically activate if it senses that you're in grave danger. I hope it will never activate, though. Thank you. Yuan smiled back, not thinking too much about the kiss on the forehead. Sometime later, Su Jiechi spoke, regarding your other request, about your physique. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to get the manuals since I came here immediately after getting the technique. When you return in 6 months, I will also be here with the manuals. I understand. Thank you, Miss Su. Before you leave, there is one more topic that needs to be discussed. Su Jiechi then said. What is it? Su Jiechi proceeded to tell Yuan about the situation in the Supreme Heaven, and how many powerful sects, factions, and clans had sent down people to hunt for a certain individual. Yuan began sweating when he heard this information. Even though Su Jiechi said that they didn't know the true identity of this criminal yet, he knew right away when she mentioned heaven's judgment, and he pondered if he should tell her the truth. Honestly, even though I am telling you this, I am not telling you to hunt this criminal. Even if you come across this person, you aren't obligated to catch him. There are plenty of people who are capable of dealing with a mere criminal in third heaven. Though you will receive a lot of good karma if you do, so there's that. I understand. I will try my best to catch him if I see him. Yuan said with a stiff smile on his face. Here. Take this jade slip. It will burn if you're close to the criminal, who had been branded by heaven during the judgment. Su Jiechi handed Yuan a black jade slip. Yuan silently stared at the jade slip with a dazed look on his face. He was wondering why the jade slip had no reaction, even though he was right in front of it. Not that he had any complaints, as this situation worked in his favor. After accepting the jade slip, Yuan left the myriad of techniques shortly after. So he's already left, huh? I still have something to give him, but that will have to wait until our next meeting now. Senior Bai mumbled after learning that Yuan had left. He'll return in 6 months after the Nameless Emperor's tomb. Su Jiechi briefly explained the situation. Nameless Emperor's tomb. Even with his talents, I cannot help but feel a little worried. Senior Bai shook his head. The Nameless Emperor's tomb could be considered one of the most difficult legacy tombs in the 9 heavens. After all, why are you still here? Su Jiechi turned to look at Lady Xiang, who was still lingering around for some reason. Lady Xiang did not immediately respond and silently stared at her. After a moment of silence, she asked in a low voice, Judging by how you're acting around that young man, don't tell me you can't see the resemblance? What are you talking about? Su Jiechi looked genuinely puzzled by such a question. Unbelievable. Lady Xiang sighed. Actually, now that I think about it, you weren't there to see his growth, so it's not that surprising that you don't see it. What the hell have you been mumbling about since the beginning? You are acting weird today, very weird. If you don't understand it, then I won't bother. Lady Xiang shook her head. Naturally, she was referring to how Yuan resembled the founder of the Celestial Overlords. Unlike Su Jiechi, who was picked up by the founder when she was just a little girl, Lady Xiang had been with him since much earlier, as early as his teenage years. The resemblance is so uncanny that I thought I'd somehow traveled to the past. Lady Xiang sighed inwardly as she recalled her memories that are so old they can be considered ancient. As she reached the exit, Lady Xiang turned around to look at Su Jiechi again. He's probably already part of the Celestial Overlord, right? She asked. Naturally. Su Jiechi spoke in a manner that made it seem like there was no other option. Then I will give up recruiting him to my faction for now. Though I will acquire him through other ways. Don't say I didn't warn you. Lady Xiang waved at Su Jiechi as she entered the exit, leaving Su Jiechi no time to respond. Lady Su, what happened? The 9 heavens shook non-stop just now. This is the second time it's happened. I don't think this is a coincidence anymore. After a moment of silence, Su Jiechi mumbled, "It's definitely connected to Yuan. As for why it's happening, I don't have the slightest clue, nor is it our business. I'm leaving now." C1114 Heaven's Indomitable Soul. After leaving the myriad of techniques, Yuan immediately began making his way back to the Nameless Emperor's tomb. On his way there, he would think about the new cultivation technique that had just acquired. As he couldn't wait to experience the technique, Yuan decided to use the technique while he was on the move to see how it worked. Immediately after he activated the technique, Yuan could feel his body absorbing the spiritual essence around him, almost like how cultivators absorb qi when they cultivate. However, spiritual essence was different from spiritual energy. Unlike spiritual energy that will inevitably have impurity, spiritual essence is completely pure, so the cultivator won't need to cleanse its purity after absorbing. Furthermore, spiritual essence itself is much stronger than spiritual energy, making it the ideal resource for all cultivators. However, one does not simply cultivate spiritual essence normally. In order to absorb spiritual essence, one must be able to sense spiritual essence, something that is only doable after they become an immortal. In other words, Yuan, who was still a mere spirit king, could absorb spiritual essence and achieve what even immortals find difficult. That's not all. Not only could he absorb spiritual essence, but he can even convert it into his soul strength, something only those that have learned Heaven's Indomitable Soul technique could achieve. There is even a popular saying in the Supreme Heavens that says a single drop of spiritual essence is more valuable than a whole sea of spiritual energy, as spiritual energy essentially becomes useless to immortals, who can only grow through spiritual essence. Yuan could feel an overwhelming feeling suddenly wash over him, almost like a pillar in the middle of the ocean, where the water would continuously refresh his body, mind, and soul. +2 021 soul strength, +3 000 soul strength, +2 391 soul strength every few seconds. His soul strength would increase by the thousands. If the world knew of this, they would surely be shocked to death. My divine sense is expanding at a ludicrous rate, Yuan thought to himself as his divine sense reaches over 100 miles. And it was still growing with every passing second. Xiao Hua could sense something was going on around Yuan, even though she couldn't sense spiritual essence. "Brother Yuan, are you okay?" she asked him. "Yes, I am just testing out the new soul cultivation technique. It's quite powerful. My soul strength is increasing by the second." "What kind of effect does it have?" Xiang asked out of curiosity. "It absorbs spiritual essence and converts them into my soul strength." "What? You can absorb spiritual essence already?" Unsurprisingly, Xiang exclaimed in a shocked voice after hearing this information. Only those that have succeeded their immortal ascension should be able to do such a thing. Out of everything Yuan has done up to this point, his ability to absorb spiritual essence as a mere spirit king was the most shocking by far, not to mention that he could even convert it into soul strength. For comparison, it was akin to a mortal learning cultivation techniques only comprehensible by gods, or a mortal casually wielding a godly artifact that would normally kill anyone that isn't powerful enough to wield it. "Yuan, you should keep this information a secret." Lan Yingying suddenly spoke in a worried voice. "She's right, Brother Yuan. If the world knew, all of the powerful cultivators out there would definitely try to kill you because of your potential, especially immortals, who would be filled with jealousy and anger if they knew that a spirit king could use their spiritual essence." Xiao Hua said. Most immortals consider the ability to absorb spiritual essence an honor, something they had to shed blood and tears for thousands of years to acquire, yet Yuan, who wasn't even 100 years old, could use it. His existence was offensive in itself to these immortals. By the time Yuan returned to the Nameless Emperor's tomb, his soul strength has increased by over 10 million. To put into perspective how much that is, even spirit sovereigns wouldn't have a third of that. At his level, his divine sense could cover over 1,000 miles with ease, and he could even keep it active for weeks without any breaks. In fact, even if they had a powerful soul cultivation technique, it would take most cultivators over 100 years to amass 10 million soul strength, something Yuan achieved in a few mere hours. It's been a week since the Nameless Emperor's tomb opened, but it's still as crowded as the first day. Yuan thought to himself as he was surrounded by people. And because there were so many people, the entrance was blocked by the Ji family, as they were controlling the amount of people entering at a time. If you wish to enter the Nameless Emperor's tomb as a rogue cultivator, you must pay a fee of 1,000 spirit stones. These words were written on a large banner that hung above the tomb. The hell? We have to pay to enter? And 1,000 spirit stones. That seems a bit too excessive. Yuan was speechless. This is how they keep the tomb from being overflowing with people. Though this will only apply to rogue cultivators. All disciples and members of big families will still be allowed to enter for free. And since you're a spirit king, you should also be able to enter without needing to pay. Feng Xiang said. Sometime later, Yuan approached the entrance while wearing the Jade Sword Manor's guest robe. When the Ji family saw his clothes and sensed that he was a peak spirit king, they allowed him to enter the tomb without any troubles. Best of luck to you, senior. The members of the Ji family mistook Yuan as a senior, who was disguised as a young man due to his cultivation base. Yuan didn't bother trying to correct them and proceeded towards the portal, stepping inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb a moment later. C1088 Entering Nameless Emperor's tomb. Upon entering the Nameless Emperor's tomb, Yuan was teleported to a vast green plain that was filled with hills and healthy tall grass. The first thing Yuan noticed was the oddity in the air, as it felt denser than what he was used to, and even the gravity there felt heavier than usual. Most of the spiritual energy in this world is created by the Nameless Emperor, so what you're feeling right now is that. Feng Xiang said when she noticed his expression. What are your plans now? After a moment of silence he spoke. As planned, I will meet up with Tianyanyu to make sure she's doing okay and see if she needs any assistance. Then I will explore this nameless plain for a bit before diving deeper. The majority of the outer area within the tomb was known as the Nameless Plain, and as its name suggests, it was a massive plain that is filled with powerful magical beasts, fortunes, and opportunity. Yuan closed his eyes and took a moment to recall the map of the Nameless Emperor's tomb that had memorized within the Jade Sword Manor. Once he found the direction to the Nameless Stone Warrior, Yuan immediately took to the blue sky and began flying towards that direction. The destination wasn't too far away, so he reached it after flying for 4 hours straight. On his way to the Nameless Stone Warrior, Yuan encountered many powerful magical beasts, as well as cultivators that were trying to hunt these magical beasts. Bookmark this website free web, Vel. C1088 to update the latest novels. He noticed that the magical beasts inside the tomb did not drop monster cores when defeated. Instead, it supplied those that defeated the magical beast with an abundant amount of spiritual energy directly. Furthermore, some of them even dropped treasures and resources directly, such as pills and spiritual weapons. Most of the magical beasts that had encountered were all at the Spirit Lord realm with a few at the early Spirit King realm. With the outer area already so dangerous, it was no wonder why the casualty rates were so high inside the tomb. However, with great risk comes great reward. Hence why everyone that could afford to risk their life to enter did so. When Yuan reached the vicinity of the Nameless Stone Warrior, he noticed a group of cultivators surrounding the area. And these cultivators quickly blocked his path when they noticed him. This place is already occupied by the Jade Sword Manor, Blue Swallow Sword Sect, and the Lightning Sword Academy. A small group of disciples stood before Yuan, explaining the situation to him. Yuan pointed at his own clothes and spoke in a calm voice. "I'm with the Jade Sword Manor." The disciples glanced at his clothes and sneered. "You think we're stupid? That is simply their guest uniform. Also, anyone can disguise themselves as a disciple. Show me your disciple identity badge, and I will let you enter." "I don't have that, and I won't stay long. I just want to speak with one of their disciples," Yuan said. "No identification, no entry. That is the rule here." The disciples stood their ground. "Is this a rule of this place? Or simply something you came up with by yourself?" One of the disciples smirked. "In this place, the strong make the rules." Is that so? Yuan turned silent after this point. The Nameless Stone Warrior is a place where people go for enlightenment. If I cause a commotion here, I might disturb them. After pondering for a bit, Yuan retrieved Yu Jian's medallion and showed it to these disciples. What about this? It was given to me by sect leader Yu Jian himself. The disciple squinted at the medallion before giving a scoff. I don't recognize it, so I'm not going to accept it. Yuan shook his head. You're making this difficult for no reason. One last chance. We can do this the easy way, or the hard way. You dare threaten us? The disciples immediately became heated. Yuan released a sigh, and right before the disciples could even take their first step, Yuan silently activated Heavenly Domain. All of the disciples around him instantly fell to their knees as a tyrannical pressure bore down on them. Help! These disciples could feel their bones cracking and muscles tearing apart just from the pressure alone, their bodies screaming in pain. Within seconds, blood flowed from their eyes, nose, and ears. Oops! Yuan quickly retracted the Heavenly Domain when he saw this, as he wasn't expecting such an outcome. I barely used my spiritual energy, yet I nearly killed them. My soul strength has grown so exponentially in such a short time that I don't know my own strength anymore. I need to be careful now if I don't want to accidentally kill someone. Yuan swallowed nervously. What is going on here? A loud voice suddenly boomed in the vicinity, causing Yuan to shift his attention to the group of elders approaching his direction. Once the elders arrived, they immediately began inspecting Yuan to try and identify him. A few of the elders there were from the Jade Sword Manor, so they immediately recognized his esteemed guest uniform. Furthermore, Yuan was still holding their sect leader's medallion. Who are you and why did you attack my disciples? An old man wearing a blue uniform stepped forward and questioned Yuan with an angry expression while the other elders went to treat the disciples by feeding them a healing pill. Yuan quickly explained himself, but the elder did not seem to be satisfied by it. Yuan couldn't blame the elder, as had nearly killed the disciples. However, before the situation could get any worse, Yu Jian showed up to the scene after being notified by the elders from his sect. After speaking with the elder from the Blue Swallow Sword sect, Yu Jian managed to calm the situation. I have settled things for now, so you can enter, but that is only for now. They might try to trouble you later, and I can't protect you then. Yu Jian sighed. That's fine. Thank you for the assistance. Yuan showed him a calm smile, almost as though he couldn't care less about it. He entered the area with Yu Jian a moment later while being glared at by the disciples that had nearly killed. C1088 Nameless Stone Warrior. A few minutes after his incident with the Blue Swallow Sword sect, Yuan could see a massive statue of a masked figure standing in the distance. This figure was clearly the Lord, and he was holding his sword straight in front of him like some kind of knight. Once he got closer, he could see hundreds if not thousands of people sitting around the statue while staring at it intensively, as if they were trying to poke holes in the statue with their gaze alone. He quickly found Tian Yanyu and Tian Suyin. They were both sitting towards the middle of the group, located directly behind the statue, which is considered to be the worst spot there, as they were unable to see the Lord or the sword clearly from such an angle. Unfortunately for them, the spots in front of the statue were taken by the high-ranking sect elders and top geniuses of their respective sections. The Nameless Stone Warrior is a famous location within the Nameless Emperor's tomb. It used to be a very popular site when it was discovered 1,000 years ago, but when nobody could receive full enlightenment from it even 1,000 years later, not as many people still come to this place. With that being said, many people still spend a week or two in this place to comprehend what little they can from the statue before moving on. While nobody can fully comprehend the statue entirely, there have been plenty of people who were able to receive some kind of guidance and small enlightenment from the statue. After all, comprehending even half of the statue would grant the individual a massive boost to their strength and understanding of the sword. And unbeknownst to these people, the moment Yuan glanced at the statue, he was able to comprehend it entirely. Bookmark this website free web, Vel. C0. M to update the latest novels. Yuan was speechless. It would normally take him a few days if not weeks to learn a divine rank technique, yet had managed to do it at glance this time. Is this because I am the Lord's reincarnation? Or is this due to my soul strength? Yuan wondered inwardly. Though despite learning this sword technique, Yuan didn't really need it, as it was just a divine rank technique. Unless it was ancient rank or higher, it won't make Yuan budge an eyebrow. After silently learning the technique, Yuan hovered above Tian Yanyu, who currently has her eyes closed and seemingly in a trance, and he patiently waited for her to finish. About 2 hours later, Tian Yanyu opened her eyes, which flickered with a sense of frustration. How did it go? Did you comprehend anything? Yuan asked her using divine sense, as he did not want to disturb the others by speaking out loud. Xiaoyang, when did you arrive? She appeared pleasant to see him. I got here not long ago. I see. Well, I have been here since day one, but I have only comprehended about 15%, probably. My understanding of the sword has increased substantially from it, but I really want to learn the technique it's hiding. Even though I can only comprehend the first 4 sword movements, it was more than enough to convince me of its prowess. I cannot imagine how powerful the full technique is. It's definitely a heaven rank or higher technique. Tian Yanyu's voice was filled with awe and longing as she spoke of the technique. However, she was also disappointed in herself. Her group had only planned to stay at the Nameless Stone Warrior for a week, so she had only a day or so left to comprehend as much as she could, but it was clearly not enough time to learn the technique. Furthermore, even if she was given 100 years to comprehend the technique, there was no guarantee that she could fully comprehend the technique. After a moment of silence, Yuan suddenly asked her, "If you really want to learn this technique, shall I teach it to you? I managed to fully comprehend it, so I can just directly teach you the technique." "You what?" Tian Yanya's shocked and no doubt deafening voice suddenly boomed in the area that had been completely silent for the past 6 days, startling everyone there. A few people there even puked out blood after their enlightenment had been interrupted by Tian Yanya's sudden outburst. Who the fuck shouted just now? How dare you? I was in the middle of enlightenment. Now it's all ruined. Fucking fuck. I was also very close to enlightenment as well. Identify yourself, you bastard. Let me fucking kill you. Everybody there started cursing out loud. To nobody's surprise, Tian Yanya's accidental outburst had caused a huge commotion. Shit. Tian Yanyu began sweating profusely when everybody there learned that it was her who screamed and disturbed their peace. Their gazes so sharp it could kill. You idiot. Tian Suyin was shaking her head while rubbing her eyes at Tian Yanyu, as she instantly understood the gravity of the situation. Tian Yanya's actions had led to everyone there losing their focus, with some even losing their chance to receive enlightenment from the stone statue, costing them 7 years of time, which is akin to disturbing someone while they were on the verge of a breakthrough, considered as one of the biggest taboo within the cultivation world. Sect leader Yu Jian, this is the second time your Jade Sword Manor has caused trouble for everyone here. We'll have to ask your sect to leave immediately. The Blue Swallow Sword sect and the Lightning Sword Academy began pressuring Yu Jian and his sect to leave. However, some people there were not satisfied with just this punishment, especially those that had their enlightenment interrupted. That bitch who just shouted needs to be punished separately. She nearly crippled some of us just now, so it would only be fair if we did the same to her. Yeah, cripple her cultivation. Tian Yanyu turned to look at Yuan, her only hope, with despair on her face. Yuan sighed. It hasn't even been half a day since I entered the tomb, and I've already encountered 2 incidents. The future's looking bleak. Sometime later, Yuan's voice boomed. Everyone please calm down. He mixed his spiritual energy in the voice, causing it to ring in everyone's head, making it impossible to ignore or miss. The chaos halted for a moment as everyone there shifted their gaze from Tian Yanyu to Yuan. I would like to apologize on behalf of my friend, as I am somewhat responsible for her outburst. I also understand your anger and frustration, so I am willing to teach everyone here the complete technique of this stone statue as compensation. What do you say? Yuan's words kept the place dead silent for many moments, as nobody there dared to believe their ears just now. In order to have the complete technique of the Nameless Stone Warrior, one must have fully comprehended it, something that hasn't been done since its discovery 1,000 years ago. So it was natural for the people there to doubt Yuan's words. Knowing this, Yuan acted swiftly and retrieved his sword. Then he began moving according to the movements had comprehended from the Nameless Stone Warrior in front of his audience, leaving everyone there speechless. C1088 Moon-Splitting Sword Art. After performing the moon-splitting sword art flawlessly in front of everyone there, Yuan stopped and patiently waited for their response. Why, you can't be serious. Did he really comprehend the technique from the Nameless Stone Warrior? I comprehended about 30% of the technique, and from my understanding his earlier movements matched the technique perfectly, not to mention how flawlessly and fluidly they flowed afterward. Although nobody there could confirm whether Yuan had truly performed the real technique from the Nameless Stone Warrior, nobody there doubted him, as his performance was just that perfect and convincing. Moon-Splitting Sword Art. Yuan spoke in a calm voice that sounded as clear as thunder. That is the name of the technique left behind by this Nameless Stone Warrior. It is a divine rank technique. Countless eyes widened with shock after learning about the technique's rank. Forget about divine rank techniques. Even heaven rank techniques are still considered very valuable in the third heaven, so only top sects and families like the 7 legacy families would have divine rank techniques. Yet Yuan was willing to teach everyone there such a valuable technique as compensation? It was almost too good to be true. This must be what they call a blessing in disguise. Those that had their enlightenment interrupted by Tianyinyu and nearly became crippled no longer blamed Tianyinyu. In fact, they even praised her for giving them this opportunity. Yuan's voice resounded again a moment later. I will display this technique 2 more times for a total of 3 times. Whether you can learn it or not is entirely up to you. If you have any problem with my friend's mistake just now after I share this technique, I will have other ways of dealing with it. Do I make myself clear? Bookmark this website free web novel. C1088 to update the latest novels. Although Yuan's voice sounded calm and gentle, it was actually filled with hidden killing intent. This bastard. Now that I look at him closely, he's a peak spirit king. Is his young appearance just a disguise, or is he truly that talented? Makes sense, considering that Head managed to comprehend this Nameless Stone Warrior when nobody else could for over 1,000 years. Yuan started executing the moon-splitting sword art for the second time a few moments later. When that happened, all of the cultivators there sealed their mouths, cleared their mind, widened their eyes, and even refused to blink to make sure they didn't miss a single detail. Once he finished performing the moon-splitting sword art, Yuan proceeded to stand there for half an hour without moving a muscle, allowing the cultivators there to do their thing. Are you sure you should be doing this, young master? Xiang asked him while they waited. What's the problem? Well, first of all, you're giving away a high-grade divine rank technique for free. Even worse, most if not all of them are not qualified to even learn this technique. What if the legacy tomb decides to punish you? Xiang expressed her worries. Yuan smiled. What's wrong with sharing something that is mine to begin with? It's just a divine rank technique. Also, I truly feel guilty for what happened to them today, not to mention the disciples that I nearly killed by accident. And as I already said, even if I show them this technique, it's not like all of them are capable of actually learning it. Once 30 minutes had passed, Yuan lifted his sword into the air again, and began performing the technique for the 3rd and final time. The area became even more silent as the cultivators there tried their best to burn the sword technique into their memories. At the end, Yuan said to them, "Now if you still have any problems with my friend, raise your hand." Nobody there dared to move a single muscle. Good. Then I hope you'll all gain something from this sword technique. Even though everyone there has memorized the technique movements, they were still required to actually understand and perform the technique by themselves. This could take months, even years, but only time will tell. However, there was a method that could bypass this. And that is to have someone who already fully comprehends the technique to transfer their knowledge and understanding to another person, allowing them to essentially skip the majority of the process. Give me your forehead, Yuan said to Tianyinyu after returning to her side. Tianyinyu didn't question him and leaned forward. Yuan poked her head, transferring the entire moon-splitting sword art manual, as well as his understanding for the technique into her head. Tianyinyu was shocked by what Yuan had just done. I don't know what else to say besides thank you, she muttered in a low voice. Yuan smiled. Go ahead and try it. Tianyinyu nodded and immediately retrieved her sword. She closed her eyes and began moving her body a moment later, performing the moon-splitting sword art with seemingly no effort. When the others saw what had happened, they immediately became envious of Tianyinyu, who was receiving all of the special treatment. This lucky bitch gets to skip the most tedious part all, because she has a powerful sugar daddy. Damn it. Why don't I have a handsome young man spoon-feeding me techniques as well? Although I'm not as pretty as her, I am not that far behind. Yuan noticed Tian Suyin staring at him and smiled. If you'd like, I can perform technique transfer for you as well. Tian Suyin swallowed nervously. Although she was an immensely prideful individual, she couldn't pass up such an opportunity, as this would save her years of effort. If you don't mind. She nodded with a somewhat rosy face. After receiving the technique from Yuan through technique transfer, Tian Suyin entered a trance-like state as she was filled with awe after learning the complexity and prowess of the sword technique, which is now her strongest technique. Tianyinyu couldn't help but chuckle after seeing her mother in such a state. Meanwhile, the others could only swallow their envy and try their best to understand the technique by themselves. C1088 treasure has appeared. After learning the moon-splitting sword art, both Tian Suyin and Tianyinyu began performing the technique in front of the spectators there. The two of them started at the same time while standing only a few meters away from each other. The spectators quickly noticed that their movements were perfectly in sync, almost as though their mind and body were linked to each other at this moment. The daughter and mother pair danced side by side with a sword in their hand, mesmerizing the spectators. Not only was their sword technique awe-inspiring, the wielders were also fine beauties themselves. But compared to when Yuan performed the technique, they were still lacking in many ways. As expected of a divine rank technique, what profound movements! Even with his assistance, it will take a few years for me to fully grasp this technique. Tian Suyin released a deep sigh after she finished her sword dance. She turned to look at Yuan with a perplexed expression on her face. Just what is his motive? Why is he helping us like this? Tian Suyin just couldn't stop suspecting Yuan, who came out of the blue and started assisting their family with an obviously fake pretense. As a cultivator who has experienced many hardships, she was the type to be skeptical about everything. However, Yuan's actions have left her utterly speechless. She thought at first that his goal was to impress her daughter, Tianyinyu. But that possibly seemed to be less likely as she spent more time watching him, as he doesn't look at her with lust or anything similar. Furthermore, if he truly had ulterior motives, why is he going through so much effort to achieve it when he clearly has enough power to get whatever he wants? Maybe he's genuinely just trying to help us? Tian Suyin was beginning to get a headache just thinking about this matter, so she decided to stop for the time being and continue watching Yuan. Once Tianyinyu finished her sword dance, she withdrew her sword and turned to look at Yuan with a satisfied and bright smile on her pretty face. I really cannot thank you enough for this, Xiang. What are you going to do now? Yuan then asked. Well, we were planning to check out the other sites to see if we can comprehend those. At least until a treasure appears. Every time the Nameless Emperor's tomb opens, treasures would appear in random areas. This has been happening for so long that it makes one wonder if there's an unlimited amount of treasures within the tomb. And when a treasure appears, a war would break out between multiple factions. At least 3 treasures will appear every opening, with 9 treasures being the most that have appeared. Tianyinyu explained. Is that so? Just as Yuan opened his mouth, someone there shouted, "A treasure has appeared!" Everybody there turned to look at the person who just spoke while the sect leaders and elders went to gather more information. Where is the treasure? When did it appear? What kind of treasure is it? The man quickly answered their questions. A sword treasure appeared near the Stone Sword Valley around 4 hours ago, and it's at least divine grade. Divine grade sword. This is going to cause a bloodbath, and it's even the very first treasure this year. Tian Yinyu sucked in a cold breath of air after hearing this information. Let's go. We must get there before it's too late. The sect leader of the Blue Swallow Sword sect shouted at his disciples, and without any hesitation, they all flew towards the south. The Lightning Sword Academy quickly followed. Let's also go. Even though there's a good chance that we won't get it, we must try. Sect leader Yu Jian said to his disciples. What are you going to do, Xiaoyang? Tian Yinyu asked him. I will come along with you for this one. Great. Thus, Yuan followed the Jade Sword Manor to the Stone Sword Valley, which took them just a little under 3 days to arrive. Once they arrived at the location, they could see thousands of cultivators that came before them crowding the place. The Stone Sword Valley is a vast land that had countless stone swords of various sizes stabbed into the ground, making it seem as though it was a graveyard for swords. And hovering a few hundred meters in the air within the Stone Sword Valley was a beautiful sword with a red blade. However, this blade was protected by some kind of aura, making it impossible for anyone there to acquire it yet. In the Nameless Emperor's tomb, the saying first come first serve doesn't exist. When a treasure appears, it will be in this unobtainable state for anywhere between 3 to 7 days, allowing everyone the chance to acquire it. Hence why the Jade Sword Manor and many other sects bothered to travel to this area despite the time it took them to arrive. What a beautiful sword! Tian Yinyu mumbled in a dazed voice as her eyes were glued to the sword in the air. Do you want it? Yuan asked with a mysterious smile on his face. She turned to look at him with a smile. You make it sound like it's an easy thing to do. Yuan swept the entire place with his divine sense before speaking in a confident voice. Well, nobody here can stop me if I want to get it. Are you serious? Tian Yanyu's eyes widened. There were thousands of powerful cultivators there with multiple spirit kings. Even the silent rippers wouldn't be able to last a minute if they had to go against everyone there. I have no need for the sword, but if you want it, just say the word and I will get it for you. Okay. Tian Yinyu nodded with a slightly rosy face. Tian Suyin's eyebrows twitched at their interaction, and she couldn't help but feel a little jealousy for her own daughter. Me winking face. C1088 Fighting for the treasure. Sect leaders and family heads, may I request for a brief meeting to talk about our situation before the treasure unseals itself? A middle-aged man emanating a powerful aura at the peak Spirit King realm suddenly spoke in a loud and clear voice. This man was Huang Li, sect leader of a renowned sect called the Seven Profound Swords, one of the top 3 sects within the third heaven. All of the sect leaders and family heads there gathered below the treasure shortly after. I will get straight to the point. Huang Li spoke a moment later with a solemn expression on his face. This treasure will, without a doubt, cause a great deal of trouble for all of us, so I have a suggestion that will reduce the bloodshed. Each sect and family here will have 3 members randomly picked to fight for the treasure in a tournament-style manner. No matter if they are a spirit lord or spirit king, disciple or elder, everyone will have a chance to be picked. What do you think? Although it has many flaws, it is better than a full-out war this early in the tomb, am I right? If you refuse to participate in this, those who have come to an agreement will work together to deal with them before getting the treasure. I already have sect leader Ming and sect leader Zhong's agreement, as well as the Li family and Gu family's agreement. The sect leaders and family heads immediately began pondering. Sect leader Ming's sect is ranked 7 while sect leader Zhong's sect is ranked 4th. The Li family and the Gu family are from the 7 legacy families. If we include sect leader Huang Li's ranked 3rd sect, they had a very good chance of eliminating everyone there if they worked together. When a treasure appears like this, it is very common for the people there to come up with different solutions to reduce the bloodshed, especially when many strong parties are involved. After sharing their opinions with each other for several minutes, all of the sect leaders and families there agreed to Huang Li's suggestion. If you are a rogue cultivator, you may also participate in the tournament, but you are not allowed to work with other rogue cultivators. If you have any questions, You have 5 minutes to voice them. Huang Li said as he glared at the rogue cultivators there with a disdainful look in his gaze. The rogue cultivators there were not happy about Huang Li's suggestion that was settled without even including them in the discussion, but there was nothing they could do, as they did not have the power to defy the rules set by those far stronger than them. I have a question. Are the chosen allowed to forfeit the match? I cannot imagine forcing a young disciple to fight any of the seniors here. Yu Jian asked. Huang Li nodded. Of course you are allowed to forfeit, but you may only do so before you enter the stage. The matches will also be randomized, so you won't know who your opponent is until you enter the stage. Furthermore, we are not allowed to pick the participants, so everyone that is present here can be chosen to fight, regardless if they are a disciple or sect leader. If you cannot accept this rule, you may sit out. What about those that arrive after the participants are chosen? Another person asked. They won't be allowed to participate. If they dare to intervene, we will all work together to get rid of them. Half an hour later, once all of the sect leaders and family heads spoke to their respective people, everyone there agreed to Huang Li's suggestion. Then I will now begin the selection. Huang Li retrieved a talisman and showed it to everyone there. This treasure will randomly pick 3 people within a certain group. I will allow any sect leader and family head to inspect this treasure beforehand, to make sure there is no foul play here. Yu Jian and others began taking their turn inspecting the talisman. When they found nothing wrong with it, Huang Li began the selection process. One by one, 3 individuals are picked from the sects and families there. When an individual is picked, the talisman would shoot out a green beam of light that immediately envelopes the chosen. Sometime later, it was the Jade Sword Manor's turn. Everyone associated with the sect swallowed nervously as the talisman shot out its first beam of light. A moment later, everyone there turned to look at the young woman who had just been chosen. This young woman's face immediately paled when she realized that she was picked. Gee, good luck, Senior Sister Wan. Disciple Wanning was a core disciple of the Jade Sword Manor, and she was a 7th-level spirit lord. Although she is considered a top talent in her sect, ranking top 5 amongst all core disciples, she was akin to an ant in this small tournament, where multiple Spirit King had been chosen to fight. And before the Jade Sword Manor could even despair, the talisman already picked the second participant amongst their group. Sect leader. It picked sect leader. The disciples rejoiced when Yu Jian had been chosen to participate. However, Yu Jian himself did not celebrate, at least not until their 3rd fighter was chosen. A few seconds later, the talisman picked the 3rd and final fighter from the Jade Sword Manor. When the light was released by the talisman, Yuan followed the light with his gaze. Eventually, he turned his head to look at the beautiful young lady standing beside him with raised eyebrows. Yu Jian could only sigh in silence after seeing the results. Xiaoyang. What should I do? Tian Yinyu looked at him with a terrified look on her face when she realized that she'd just been chosen. Despite being a core disciple, she wasn't any stronger than Wanning. In fact, she was amongst the weaker core disciples, as she'd only recently become one. Chapter 1120. Published at 29th of November, 2022, for 48 and 9 seconds p.m. Chapter 1120. 1120. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Calm down, Yenner. Tian Suyin said as she smacked her daughter's back. Calm down. I have to fight Spirit Kings if I don't want to become a burden for the sect. Tian Yinyu frowned. You don't have to participate if you don't want to. I won't force you to fight. It's also unreasonable to ask you to fight a Spirit King. We simply got unlucky. Yu Jian appeared and said to her. Also, with how many powerhouses are present, I had no hopes to acquire the treasure since the beginning. They're right. You can simply forfeit the match. Yuan followed. Once Tian Yinyu calmed down a little, she gritted her teeth and said, If our opponents aren't at a level where I cannot handle, I will fight too. Although I do not qualify to participate in this event, I won't be a coward either. Yu Jian smiled after hearing her words. Good. Even though we have almost no chance of winning this, I still don't plan on going down without a fight. This is no longer just about the treasure. This is about keeping our sect's honor and reputation. We will fight those we can fight and back down if it's too risky. When it was Huang Li and the 7 profound swords' turn for selection, the entire place became dead silent as everyone there nervously waited for the results. A few moments later, 3 individuals were chosen. What? All 3 of their fighters are Spirit Kings. They even have 2 peak Spirit Kings. Fuck. I bet they cheated. How is cheating even possible? Their talisman had been inspected by every senior here. Many people suspected that Huang Li had cheated, but without any proof, nobody there dared to voice their complaints fearing retaliation. All of the top sects and powerful families went last in the selection, and shockingly, all of them had insane luck with at least 2 Spirit Kings in their team. It was clear to all of the small sects and families there that these powerful factions had worked together and manipulated the results somehow, giving themselves a massive advantage. Those shameless old bastards never intended on giving us a chance. Yu Jian gritted his teeth in anger after seeing the results. So we never stood a chance from the beginning, huh? Why am I not surprised? Tian Yinyu sighed. Pretty much everyone that wasn't part of the lucky group silently cursed Huang Li and the others for their shameless actions. However, there was nothing they could do about it. In the first place, they had no solid proof of foul play, and everything was circumstantial at best. Even if they had proof that Huang Li had cheated, who was bold enough to say it out loud? Who would dare to raise their voice against the top sects and the 7 legacy families? Yuan smiled. He turned to look at Tian Yinyu and continued, "Don't you want to see how powerful your new technique is?" "I do." She nodded in a dazed manner. "Then do it. I will protect you no matter what, I promise." After her recent experience with Yuan, Tian Yinyu had gained blind faith in him, so she didn't even question how he was going to protect her before so many experts. "All right, I will fight," she said in a resolute voice the following moment. "Are you serious? How can you believe him so easily?" Tian Suyin was still doubtful. "Because he promised." Tian Yinyu responded with an innocent smile, leaving her speechless. And before Tian Suyin could say anything else, Tian Yinyu approached the stage. "I'm sorry," Yu Jian said to Tian Suyin before going after Tian Yinyu. "If my daughter dies here because of you, I swear I will kill you with my own hands." Tian Suyin glared at Yuan. "And I won't resist if that really happens," Yuan said with a confident expression on his face. "Do you plan on acquiring that sword for her, young master?" Xiang suddenly asked him in a curious voice. "It would pair up nicely with her new technique. Don't you think so?" Yuan chuckled. "You're spoiling her too much. I'm a little envious." Xiang could only shake her head inwardly. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1121. Published at 4th of February, 2023, 11:20 and 57 seconds AM. Chapter 1121. Chapter 1121 Fighting for the Treasure 3. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1121 Fighting for the Treasure 3. Once the Jade Sword Manor and their opponents entered the fighting arena, Huang Li enclosed them in a separate concealment formation, so that they couldn't see anything. Shortly after they entered the formation, Huang Li's talisman released a beam of light that shone into the formation, enveloping whoever it was pointing at with a slight glow. However, nobody but the 3 people inside the formation knew who was chosen. You have 10 seconds to decide whether you want to fight or forfeit. Remember, you will forfeit your chance to surrender once you exit the formation and enter the stage. Huang Li's voice resounded in their ears. "Sect leader, I will fight." Disciple Wanning said with a resolute expression on her face, as her body was enveloped in a faint light. Yu Jian nodded his head with a serious face. "Good luck. I will be back soon." After bowing to him, Disciple Wanning left the formation and came face to face with her opponent. "Thank the heavens my opponent is not their spirit king." Disciple Wanning sighed in relief inwardly after seeing her opponent, who was only a single level above her. Her opponent also did the same. As you've already seen many times by now, the fight will begin when the talisman activates, and it will not end until there is only one of you left standing. Huang Li said to them in a nonchalant voice, almost as though he couldn't care less about their insignificant life. The two fighters took a moment to prepare themselves. A few seconds later, the talisman hovering above the arena suddenly shone brightly, signaling the start of the fight. Whoosh! Both fighters immediately rushed at each other while using their respective techniques. Their swords and spiritual energy clashed, causing a powerful ripple to sweep the place. The two of them would go back and forth for many minutes with neither of them slowing down. Once Disciple Wanning eventually started getting pushed back, she quickly retrieved a pill and tossed it inside her mouth. Under normal circumstances, the use of pills and treasures during a one-on-one match would be strictly forbidden. But their situation was a bit special. Even though they were in a tournament-style match, there were almost no rules, almost as though they were following the rules of the jungle, where one can use whatever advantage they have to win their fight or die trying. When Disciple Wan Ying's opponent saw her actions, he also started consuming pills. Since they were able to consume pills to restore their strength, the two of them would continue to go all out, unleashing all of their strength to suppress each other without holding back. Almost like two sprinters near the end of a race. After 5 whole minutes of fighting, Disciple Wanning managed to catch her opponent off guard, sending him to the afterlife with a quick slash in the neck. Disciple Wanning took a deep breath before walking off the platform and returning to the concealment formation without even trying to celebrate her narrow victory. When Yu Jian and Tian Yinyu saw Disciple Wan returning, their lips immediately curved into a smile. You did it. Tian Yinyu was ecstatic to see that her fellow disciple had survived. Great job, Disciple Wan. Yu Jian nodded in acknowledgement. However, before she could even say anything, the talisman activated again, picking the second fighter. Yu Jian and Wanning turned to look at Tian Yinyu, who was now being enveloped by a light. You don't have to fight. There's a 50-50 chance that you'll have to fight their spirit king. It's too risky. Yu Jian sighed out loud. But to his surprise, Tian Yinyu shook her head and said, no matter who may be my opponent, I still want to fight. Why would you do something so brave yet foolish? Unlike Disciple Wan, you only recently became a core disciple. You will have a hard time defeating their spirit lord, much less their spirit king. Yu Jian frowned. Tian Yinyu responded with a gentle smile on her face, because nothing will happen to me. He promised. And without waiting for a response, as her time limit was reaching its end, Tian Yinyu stepped outside of the formation to face her opponent. Tian Yanyu's eyebrows twitched when she saw a middle-aged man standing on the opposite side of the stage, and he was emanating the aura of a peak spirit king. Looks like I had picked the short end of the straw. She sighed inwardly. That idiot. Tian Suyin cursed in a low voice when she saw her own daughter entering the stage. Why didn't she just forfeit? Don't expect me to go easy on you just because you're a junior. The spirit king on the stage said as he glared at Tian Yinyu. I wasn't counting on you two anyway. After putting on a brave expression, Tian Yinyu retrieved her sword. I only have one chance to defeat him. At the beginning of the fight when he least expects it. She had already planned on going all out straight from the beginning. After all, she wouldn't even last a minute against a peak spirit king. The moment the talisman shone, Tian Yinyu used her movement technique to close their distance before activating her new technique, moon-splitting sword art. Perhaps it was due to his arrogance, but the spirit king didn't move, and only quietly watched as Tian Yinyu unleashed her technique. The spirit king's eyes widened with surprise when a semi-transparent moon suddenly appeared behind Tian Yinyu. The disciples from the Jade Sword Manor immediately recognized this technique, as they were mesmerized by its beauty not too long ago. A divine rank technique. A handful of people there exclaimed when they sensed the aura the technique emitted. Their faces filled with surprise. After all, it was incredibly rare for people outside the 7 legacy families and the top sects to techniques above heaven rank. Whoosh! Tian Yinyu quickly swung her sword at her opponent, who was taken by surprise for a split second because of her technique. Her blade managed to reach the Spirit King's body, but it could only leave behind a small cut before the Spirit King evaded the rest of her blade. The Spirit King looked at the cut on his arm and trembled in anger. A mere spirit lord. I'll fucking kill you. The Spirit King exploded with spiritual energy and killing intent, causing Tianyinyu to feel as though she was being choked by the throat. Die. The Spirit King swung his weapon, sending a massive arc of energy at Tianyinyu, who couldn't even attempt to dodge it due to the pressure from it. Xiaoyang, she cried inwardly. Whoosh. A figure suddenly flew onto the stage and stood in front of Tianyinyu. This shocked everyone there, not because he intervened in the match, but because they were unable to follow this person's movement at all. After appearing on the stage, Yuan causally waved his hand at the incoming blade of energy, destroying it the moment his skin touched it, almost as though the blade of energy was nothing more than empty air. What? The Spirit King exclaimed in a shocked voice after witnessing this, even feeling a little scared. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1122. Published at 4th of February, 2023, 11:20 and 56 seconds AM. Chapter 1122. Chapter 1122. Fighting for the Treasure 4. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1122. Fighting for the Treasure 4. Did he just stop my technique at full power with his bare hands? Impossible. I must have seen it wrong. The Spirit King convinced himself that he was just mistaken, as that was the simpler route. Who are you? How dare you interrupt our match? The Spirit King asked with a wary face. Humph. A cold snort suddenly resounded, and a figure descended on the stage, standing between Yuan and the Spirit King. I don't care who you are. How dare you so brazenly interfere when I have made it very clear that no interference is allowed regardless of the reason. I hope you are prepared to take responsibility for your foolish decision. Huang Li glared at Yuan like an eagle at a weak prey. Yuan calmly smiled before responding. And why would you assume that everyone here will obey your unreasonable request? You, a mere junior, dare talk back to me? Have you lost your mind? Do you even know who I am? Huang Li's eyes flared up with anger. I don't know, nor do I care. Anyways, why don't we stop this obviously manipulated game? It's clear to everyone here that you had manipulated the whole thing to give yourself, as well as those that planned this with you, an advantage over the others. What you're doing here is no different than bullying the weak. How dare you accuse the sect leader of manipulation? Someone there suddenly shouted. Are you also claiming that the 7 legacy families here are bullying the weak? Someone from one of the families shouted. How interesting. Do you have any evidence to back up your preposterous claims? Another figure descended on the stage as he asked Yuan. This individual was Li Mao, a high-ranking elder of the Li family, one of 7 legacy families. What if I don't? Yuan narrowed his eyes in a challenging manner. Then I will kill you on the spot for uttering nonsense and trying to ruin our reputations. Li Mao glared at him. Yuan smiled. You're going to kill me for interfering with the match anyway. Damn right. Huang Li muttered right as he appeared beside Yuan while swinging down his sword. Without moving for his spot, Yuan lifted his arm in a casual manner, and he would catch the incoming sword with nothing but 2 fingers the following moment. Wow. This shocked everyone there, especially Huang Li. Even though he didn't exert all of his strength, it was still strong enough to kill anyone below the 5th level of Spirit King with ease. Yet some unknown junior had managed to catch it with his bare hands. Yuan turned to look at the shocked Huang Li and spoke in a nonchalant voice. Unlike you, I don't want unnecessary bloodshed, so I will give you a chance to back down before things get. However, before Yuan could even finish his sentence, another sword was already flying at him from his blind spot. Yuan knew about the second attack, but he didn't do anything about it and allowed this person to slice his neck. My heavens! The person who attempted to sneak attack Yuan was left speechless when his sword was stopped at his target's neck, but there didn't appear to be anything blocking the sword. Yuan, still with the sword pressing against his neck, turned to look at Li Mao's terrified face and spoke. I hope you understand the difference in our strength and not do anything. Once again, before he could finish his sentence, another figure descended upon him. This time, it was a middle-aged man wearing the Gu family's uniform, and he was also using a sword technique. Roaring Blade. The strength of a peak spirit king using a heaven-rank sword technique descended upon Yuan's defenseless figure. At least let me finish my sentences. Yuan's eyes suddenly flickered golden for half a second before returning to normal. Thud. The middle-aged man suddenly stopped his attack mid-air and collapsed on the floor while his sword bounced away. Seeing this, both Huang Li and Li Mao instinctively jumped back, landing beside the unconscious body on the stage. What did you just do to him? Huang Li roared at Yuan. He must have used a spiritual technique. Li Mao gritted his teeth. Don't worry, he's not dead. At least not yet. Yuan said. Since you care so much about this event, let's do it like this instead. Starting from now, anyone here can challenge me to a match, and if they win, they will get to take the treasure above. If nobody can defeat me before the treasure is unsealed, I will take it for myself. Of course, to make this fair, I will allow you to team up. I won't mind even if everyone here attacks me at once. However, after a brief pause, an immense pressure that trampled on the people and their spirits appeared out of thin air. If you decide to fight me, you will forfeit your life. You have been warned. The entire place fell silent, with the only thing that could be heard being the sound of their own hearts beating anxiously. Who are you? Huang Li muttered in a low voice after a long moment of silence. Yuan couldn't help but show a mocking smile. I thought you didn't care about my identity? Huang Li gritted his teeth. He's never felt such humiliation before. How dare you mock me? Die. Huang Li swung his sword at Yuan with a divine rank technique. Profound sword art final strike. The sword flying towards Yuan had overwhelming pressure that could be felt even miles away. Yuan could only sigh inwardly as he retrieved his Empyrean overlord before swinging back. The following moment, everyone there watched with wide eyes as Huang Li's body was sent flying off the stage and into the crowd. Huang Li coughed up a mouthful of blood as he stared at Yuan with a look of disbelief on his face. What are you all waiting for? Attack him. He snapped at his own disciples who hesitated to attack. After all, what can they do when even their own sect leader couldn't win? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1123. Published at 4th of February, 2023, 11:20 and 55 seconds AM. Chapter 1123. Chapter 1123 Fighting for the Treasure 5. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1123 Fighting for the Treasure 5. Attack. The elders eventually snapped out of it and shouted before rushing at Yuan. When the disciples saw the elders moving, they had no choice but to follow. Thus, everyone from the 7 profound swords began attacking Yuan, who merely shook his head in silence. God of War's astral art. A large figure wielding a massive blade appeared behind Yuan, and despite it being larger than before, it wasn't even at half of its full strength. What kind of technique is that? The disciples screamed in horror as they hastily halted their movements. However, they were already in attack range, so all Yuan had to do was swing his sword. Don't say I didn't warn you, Yuan exclaimed as he swung his sword. A powerful force that seemed to be strong enough to sweep away even mountains clashed against the disciples. And without any resistance, the 7 profound swords disciples were sent flying like swatted flies. In a single attack, over half of their disciples were gone. This shook the cores of those watching. Yuan turned to look at his avatar and mumbled. Even 20% is still a little too strong, huh? His soul strength has grown so much in such a short amount of time that he was having trouble controlling it. After devastating the 7 profound swords, Yuan spoke again. If you wish to continue, attack me again. However, I will make sure that none of you survive the next strike. The disciples that survived the attack trembled on the spot, and their already lacking motivation disappeared completely. The elders from the Li family and the Gu family exchanged glances with each other. After a moment of silence, they approached Yuan and gave him a courteous bow. Junior, do you happen to be someone from up there? The Li family's elder asked him with a nervous face. Yuan smiled inwardly when he realized that they had mistaken him as someone who came from the upper heavens under the Celestial Emperor's request. Though, one cannot blame them for making this mistake, as it would only make sense for someone as young as Yuan to utterly destroy the 7 profound swords without any effort. What are you going to do if I am from up there? Yuan asked them without the slightest change to his expression. Forgive us for not recognizing your identity sooner, young master. The Gu family will no longer participate in this event. If you wish, we can even assist you in securing the treasure. The Gu family's elder bowed to him again. You think the young master needs your help? What an unnecessary offer. He can secure the treasure by himself. The Li family's elder sneered. The Gu family's elder gritted his teeth after hearing such words. The two families were never on good terms in the beginning, so this kind of bickering happens often. Meanwhile, the other people there were amazed to see how quickly the Li family and Gu family changed their attitude. Just what is that person's identity for the 7 legacy families to be so respectful towards him? Does up there mean he's from the upper heavens? Why would someone like that be down here? Although it's not common nowadays, people from the upper heavens used to come down here regularly solely to explore the Nameless Emperor's tomb. Look at his uniform. Isn't that the Jade Sword Manor's uniform for esteemed guests? Tian Yinyu and Tian Suyin were left speechless after hearing the people's conversation. They had their suspicions that Yuan was someone from the upper heavens, due to his unfathomable talent and strength, but this only made things more confusing for them. Why would someone from the upper heavens help them to such an extent? Does his ancestor really owe their ancestor a debt, or is he helping them for a different reason? Regardless of his reasons, I'm glad he's on our side. Tian Yinyu sighed inwardly, as she cannot imagine having someone like Yuan as an enemy. When the Li family and the Gu family stepped back, nobody else dared to approach Yuan. As for Huang Li, who had barely managed to survive the attack, snuck away with his disciples in the midst of the commotion. While he waited for the treasure to unseal itself, Yuan sat on the stage and closed his eyes. He's cultivating out in the open like this? Is he bold or insane? Even if he's powerful, to act so defenseless before so many people. What a mad lad. Arrogant bastard. Despite Yuan cultivating out in the open, nobody there actually dared to attack him. About 2 hours later, news of another treasure appearing not far away began spreading, and those at Yuan's location immediately scrambled to the new location for obvious reasons. Shortly after the news reached their location, everyone including the Jade Sword Manor left the scene, leaving Yuan alone with the treasure, which is unheard of within the Nameless Emperor's tomb. Why didn't you leave with your sect? Yuan stopped his cultivation to ask Tian Yinyu, who had stayed behind even after her sect left to fight for the next treasure. I just didn't want to leave you alone, she calmly said. How about you? Yuan turned to look at Tian Suyin, who also stayed behind for whatever reason. You think I'm going to leave my daughter alone with someone as suspicious as you? She sneered. Yuan merely smiled at her remarks. By the way, can I ask you a question? Tian Yinyu suddenly asked. Sure. Are you really from up there? She asked him with a somewhat nervous expression. You mean the upper heavens? Nope. What? But you. I know. I lied. He shrugged. Tian Yinyu was speechless. I'm glad they didn't question you further. Suddenly, the treasure in the air began pulsating with powerful ripples. Does this mean it's unsealing? Yuan asked. Yes. The very next moment, the barrier protecting the sword shattered, and the sword began descending towards the ground. However, Yuan didn't move even after the sword was lying on the ground. What are you waiting for? Tian Suyin asked him with raised eyebrows. I have no use for it. You can have it, he calmly said, causing her eyes to widen with shock. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1088 Swords Trial. Chapter 1124 Swords Trial. As surely, you're jesting with us. Tian Yinyu mumbled in a trembling voice. No, not at all. Take it. I have no need for a divine-grade sword since I already have a much better one. Yuan calmly shook his head. After a moment of silence, Tian Suyin spoke with a deep frown on her face. Okay, what do you want from us? What do you mean? Are you telling me that you're going to hand over a divine-grade treasure for free? I don't believe it. Sounds too good to be true. Yuan shrugged. Then I will leave it there and whoever is lucky enough will get it. When she heard such words, Tian Suyin immediately rushed to pick up the sword before throwing it into her spatial ring. I guess I'm the fortunate one, she said with a stiff expression. Mother. Tian Yinyu was left speechless by her actions. What are you looking at? He's the one who said he'd leave it there for anyone to pick up. Since you want it that badly, you can have it. Yuan smiled. Tian Suyin cleared her throat but didn't say anything. I'm glad I stayed behind, she smiled inwardly. What are you going to do now? Tian Yinyu asked him. Are you going to participate in the next treasure hunt as well? No, I came here mostly just to make sure you were fine. Now that's done. I think I am going to do some exploring myself. I see. Tian Yinyu pondered for a brief second before opening her mouth again. Do you mind if I followed you for a little? Yinyu, you don't even know what kind of dangerous place he's going to. You're just going to be a burden. Tian Suyin quickly rejected her request. I know, which is why I will only follow him until he leaves the outer area. The Nameless Emperor's tomb is split into 3 sections by the people. The outer area where it's the least dangerous. The inner area where only geniuses dare to enter. Last but not least, the core area, a hellish area where most people that enter will never return. If it's just the outer area. Tian Suyin felt a little more at ease after hearing this. Furthermore, she wasn't completely opposed to following Yuan, as he was definitely powerful enough to protect them. Even doing a much better job than the entirety of the Jade Sword Manor by himself. Yuan began wandering the Nameless Emperor's tomb shortly after while Tian Yinyu and Tian Suyin followed him from behind. There are actually a few places that I want to visit. In no particular order, the Sword Temple, 9 Swords Trial, and the Sword Pagoda. Yuan mumbled out loud as they moved. I've been to the Sword Pagoda once, but I was only able to make it to the 3rd floor before getting kicked out. Tian Suyin sighed as she recalled her memories. What's the Sword Pagoda? Again? I know I heard it before. Tian Yinyu asked. The Sword Pagoda is a place where you must climb 7 floors by defeating the opponent on each floor. The higher floor you reach, the greater the reward. However, this place is immensely difficult. The highest anyone has ever climbed is only 5 floors. You managed to reach the 3rd floor, right? What kind of treasure did you acquire? Yuan asked out of curiosity. My cultivation increased by 3 levels in an instant, and I received a heaven rank movement technique. What? One can increase their cultivation by 3 levels after clearing just a single floor. That alone is already super good, not to mention the heaven rank technique. Tian Yinyu was brimming with excitement. Perhaps, but 70% of participants cannot even pass the 1st floor, much less the 2nd floor. About 10% of all participants can clear the 2nd floor, but less than 1% will be able to clear the 3rd. As for the 4th and 5th floor, less than 10 people have made it there. What kind of enemies did you fight? Tian Yinyu continued to ask. A masked cultivator. Like the Nameless Emperor? Yuan raised an eyebrow. No, they didn't have the same aura as the Nameless Emperor. Also, the masks they wore were different. You'll understand what I mean once you go there and face them yourself. Yuan nodded. The Nine Swords trial was the nearest to their current location, so Yuan decided to go there first. After 3 days of traveling non-stop, they finally arrived at their destination. So this is the Nine Swords trial, huh? Yuan mumbled as he stared at the large platform in the distance. This platform was not as large as one would expect. It was about 5 meters in length and diameter, and there was a large statue standing not far away from it. This statue was of a man wearing a mask, and he was holding the handle of a sword with both hands in front of him with the blade of the sword pointing directly horizontally at the sky. Currently, this platform was surrounded by at least 100 people, and there was even a single person standing on the platform. However, the person standing on the platform appeared to be in dismay. His body was dripping with blood, and his expression looked as though he was on the verge of collapsing, but his gaze remained fixated at the statue before him. The next moment, Yuan watched as an illusionary blade appeared in the sky before descending upon the man on the platform. Boom! The attack caused the surrounding land to tremble, while the people around the platform were pushed back by the force. Once the dust settled, one could see that the man on the platform had been cleanly sliced in half. However, nobody there seemed to be surprised, almost as though it was a common sight. A few more moments later, the corpse and blood on the platform vaporized into the air, leaving not even a trace behind. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.